Public Schools, present every day. Too many absences, excused or unexcused, can keep students from succeeding in school and in life. In a 180-day school year, 18 days of absence, that averages to missing about 2 school days every month. Losing those days can knock students off track for academic success. Why is daily attendance so important for students? Here are some recent findings. Education studies found a student with 6 days absent is equivalent to 30 hours of learning loss for that student. 10 days absent is equal to 50 hours lost, and 19 days absent is the same as losing 95 hours of learning. Tardy means delayed beyond the expected arrival time. When a student shows up late to class, it can impede their learning, disrupt the flow of instruction, and distract other students in the classroom. What are some ways to avoid tardiness? Try to establish a school prep routine the night before, like packing backpacks and lunches. Gather clothing for the next day and set up a last stop station where you can pick up last-minute things when heading out the door. When students improve their attendance rates, they also improve their academic prospects and their chances for grade level promotion or graduation. As you can see, missing out on school lessons, either by absence or tardiness, leaves students vulnerable to falling behind. School attendance matters to your students' academic future. Suffolk Public Schools, present every day.
We're the first person they see and the last person they see at the beginning and end of the school day. Being a driver with Suffolk Public Schools offers you a lot of excellent benefits, and it's just a wonderfully rewarding job.
It really takes a special person to be a bus driver, make it something that you can really set a career for.
The application process is very simple. We have some wonderful trainers.
Go to our website and apply. And we check our website daily, and within a 30-day period, interview, train, on the road, and carrying students.
My biggest motivation is the kids. A great opportunity to be a positive influence.
You have to have a deep compassion for kids. We put you behind the wheel and you're ready to start a new career here at Suffolk Public Schools.
Start marinating the lamb.
My name is Maya Collins. I am the culinary arts instructor here at the College and Career Academy at Freedom. I'm super excited. My students are actually going to be working with Chef Malcolm Mitchell. We have to make the demi. So we're going to be cooking a 4-course meal for about 36 people. Working with the Kokori app, cater to the course, and our course is culinary arts, incorporates some different skills that we are able to build within my class, but through an app. And with Chef Mitchell, he got to pre-write the things that were on the app.
That true on-the-job training, and I'm here to help Chef Maya put a meal together, doing catering, past hors d'oeuvres, the whole nine. My name is Malcolm Mitchell, originally from New York, currently the corporate food and beverage director for Donho Hospitalities that's based out of Washington, D.C. I oversee 18 restaurants, doing consulting, developing concepts, and owning a few of my own restaurants.
I really love bringing chefs in. He can go to different schools if he really wanted to, and he came to our school. and he talked to us, and he showed them his secrets, and they appreciated his time.
I love it. Me, because I love it. The menu was a collaboration. I came up with the concept and some of the recipes. The team here executed all of the recipes.
And one of my students was like, Chef, I don't know why, but I'm a little scared. And I was like, what? He's so nice. He's such a nice person. He's like, I don't know. I'm kind of scared. But as soon as he asked them to do something, they were on it.
All the way around.
It's like seriousness about him that made you want to be serious a little bit, but then he was just so chill and cool. I liked his style.
I'm really diverse when it comes to my portfolio and genre of food. My influence of cooking comes from my mother, who's from Charleston, South Carolina, so that geeky, low country food is where it's in my heart, even though I'm French culinary trained. Taste the lamb too, if you guys are not used to it.
They were like, I don't understand how lamb tastes like beef. Just because he braised it versus just straight roasting it. These little things make it taste completely different. The bread pudding, everybody's still talking about the bread pudding. The cherries versus anything, having anything in there. It was amazing. They were like, I did not think that the food was going to be this good.
Your mind is only limited by your ingredients. It's like a painter with colors. It is an art. Even if you don't have the colors, you can mix this color and that color and create a whole other color. You can mix all these different ingredients and make a whole different dish. That's what keeps me inspired. It keeps me always cooking. It keeps me always going to be creative.
Some of the things that they gained from today, how to work as a team to make sure things come out right and together. Timing, our dietary needs met. Who is a vegetarian? How can we get their things out at the same time as a steak? Doing plating.
No rhyme or reason of how I plate. Kind of depends on the ingredient in the dish. Just like the tomato salad. If I would have took that salad and just tossed it all together in a bowl and put it on a plate, even though it tastes exactly the same, it just wouldn't be presented the right way. The salad's here, I sprinkled the basil, the fig jam, different places, and then the vinaigrette. You can see all the vibrant colors. When I did the steak, it was simple. It's steak and potatoes. A home-cooked plate that was just elevated a little bit. If it's not Instagram worthy, take it back in the kitchen.
We had some big people here today. Superintendent and his cabinet, all the staff, teachers and administrators from here at CCAP.
This is really taking place.
I was hoping, even though they were in a school, they didn't think that it was students back there cooking their meal. I wanted them to be transformed that they were in a fine dining restaurant and they were not in a culinary school. I think we accomplished that.
They all came up afterwards and like, you guys did an amazing job, and I was like, thank you so much. Like, we're just so excited, and it's just gonna bring more excitement to the program.
Say skills that pay the bills, and you guys are learning skills, and since COVID, 25% of our industry is gone. The only way to fill those positions is programs like this.
This whole program brought a lot of richness to the class, opportunities.
You can have skills, but if you don't have an opportunity to use your skills, and that I can give you that opportunity for me having jobs for these students, it's a pipeline.
All of our graduates today, and I'm super proud of you guys.
I'm really sad to see my seniors leave. I hope that they take the things that they learn from here and choose a career that they want to do for their life.
If you love what you're doing, you never work a day in your life.
Some parents choose to have their children come to Southwestern to be a part of our family, and they're just part of our community from day one.
That was the best option for him. I wouldn't change it for anything.
The voluntary majority to minority transfer option is currently in place at Booker T. Washington, Elephants Fork, Mac Van Jr., and Southwestern Elementary Schools. I am Lori Mooney, the proud principal of Southwestern Elementary School here in Suffolk, Virginia. Most of our students are from the southern end of the city. However, Southwestern does participate in the majority to minority program. Students attending a majority school will be allowed the opportunity to attend a school where they will be in the minority. Many parents, such as Larkita Taylor Scott, choose to send all of their children here to Southwestern. Her son started with me several years ago.
To break away from the norm, I decided to apply for the majority to minority program. It offered a lot of diversity and different faces for him, so that way he wouldn't see the same everyday people.
The division will make space available for students who choose to participate in the voluntary majority to minority transfer. Transportation is free. Transportation is provided by the school division, and we're just looking for other Mustangs that want to experience the family out here at Southwestern.
One of the perks from it is that siblings get to come along as well once their turn is up.
And now I have her kindergartner and early start child with me. Students will be allowed to complete their elementary education at the school they started under the majority to minority transfer option.
Seeing my oldest son go through the program, that this would be the right decision for my younger two to go through the program as well and hopefully have as much success.
Students who choose to attend Southwestern under the transfer option will be allowed to attend middle school at Forest Glen Middle. Students who choose to attend Booker T. Washington, Mac Ben Jr., or Elephants Fork Elementary under the transfer option will be allowed to attend middle school at JFK Middle. These students could also choose to attend the middle school which they are zoned to attend. We've had very positive feedback from parents. Students enjoy coming to school, they seem to be more motivated, and they enjoy their classmates.
I can't say what his experience would have been if he had gone to his own school. I don't know. But what I do know is that he has had a great experience, and I wouldn't change it for the world. Makes me feel like Supermom.
Questions on the majority to minority transfer option may be directed to either your school principal or Ms. Catherine Pichon, Director of Elementary Leadership, 757-925-6760.
Are we good to go? Okay. Good evening, everyone. The Suffolk Public Schools work session for the month of July 2023 will now be called to order. At this time, we will move with our first item of business, which is the John F. Kennedy Middle School project presentation update. Dr. Gordon.
Thank you, Chairman Riddick. I'm going to call to the podium Mr. Jeff Harris with RRMM, who's going to provide an overview on the John F. Kennedy Middle School construction project. This overview will be very similar to a recent presentation that Mr. Harris did at John F. Kennedy Middle School itself. We had pretty good support from the community that's coming out. This presentation will also include a few diagrams of the CSEP building as well as the technology building, which is also on the John F. Kennedy campus. Mr. Harris, thank you for being here.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, school board members, Dr. Gordon. We're excited to share with you some images of what the upcoming JFK Middle School is going to look like. We've got a couple of other buildings that we're going to show you some information on. As you know, this is based on the Cherry Middle School model. It's important to us, as we think it is the community, that even though it's a similar design to a previous school, that it has its own identity. So we want to make sure that it doesn't look like Cherry. It has its own design and characteristics so that each staff and student body can be proud of their own school. So I first want to remind you about how the site plan is going to shape up. You can see on the image up on the screen that we're going to build the school in the back on the athletic fields and then install the bus loop and some of the parking as well as the IT building and CSEP facilities along the edge of that perimeter. After those are constructed, then we're going to tear down the old JFK Middle School, the existing building. We have to abate some hazardous materials in there before it can be demolished. But once that's removed, then we're going to build out the remainder of the site, and it's going to look similar to this. You can see we've expanded the parking to provide adequate number of spaces, as well as the remainder of the athletic complex, the other site amenities like storm ponds and things of that nature. So we're going to start off with the middle school. As I mentioned, similar to Cherry, we did make some changes across the front. We kind of flattened out the angled piece that would be on the lower left-hand corner and just straightened it out. This has given us a chance to make the school have its own look. But you have the the gymnasium on the lower right-hand side, along with locker rooms. You got the kitchen and cafeteria on the far right. And then the main street separates the more public spaces from the academic wings, the great houses in the back. On the left-hand side, you've got your auditorium and your performing arts spaces and other electives. If we move to the second floor, you can see the media center essentially located right above the administration. The great houses stack, providing that nice dynamic connection from first floor to second floor, because we do have an open area that surrounds the extended learning area on the lower level. One feature that we did add to this school is the learning stair. You can see it at the top right corner of the media center right there in the blue box. That's a new feature that we did provide for the school. So these are early concept renderings of the front of the school and what it's going to look like, and the design has remained very true to this. This is a very close example of what the final product is going to look like. You can see we've got a canopy across the front. At the main entrance is at the far right-hand end of that canopy. There's a secondary entrance on the far left-hand side of that canopy, but it does provide enough shelter for students. If they're dropped off in the morning and it's raining, they have adequate space to get out of the rain and weather. Here's another image of that front entrance from a different angle. Administration is in the lower center area with all the glass, and the media center is on the top where the larger glass is located. Here's an image from the side of the grade house. You can see the covered area that's adjacent to the extended learning area on the first floor. It gives students an opportunity to go outside. We do provide secure courtyard areas for each grade house so that staff and students can be out there during the day and not have to worry about anyone that's not on site that shouldn't be there. And here's an image across more of the back, kind of the bus loop area, showing you what the ends of the grade houses look like. Again, we have that opportunity for students to come in secure courtyard areas through gates that will be locked during the day to provide that added level of security. Now we're going to share with you what the interior is going to look like. A major component of this project is the historical aspect of JFK. We know they have a very strong alumni association, so we've presented this to them, gotten some feedback, and it's important that the existing school colors were a part of the interior color palette, but we did want to brighten it up and provide some additional accent colors. So what you see here are the paint colors across the top. The gray and the golds are going to be the predominant colors, but we did incorporate some shades of orange and darker red as accents. The next level down are acoustical wall panels that will be included throughout the school. Down at the bottom are wall tile colors. And on the right-hand side, up at the top right corner, are plastic laminate colors that will be used on casework. And then we've got some other miscellaneous materials like upholstery and solid surface materials that will be on top of counters. This image here shows the floor colors. At the top, across going horizontally, are the rubber tile that's going to appear in all of the classroom spaces. That's a similar product to what was used in Cherry, and I think it's been very successful. I think staff and students really like that. It's easier to clean and a lot less costly to maintain it. On the right-hand edge are the carpet colors that are going to appear in places like offices and the media center. And then just to the left of the carpet are the terrazzo colors. That's what's going to appear throughout all of the circulation space in the school. And in the lower left-hand corner is a floor plan kind of showing you what the floor pattern is going to look like. So if we peel the roof off and look straight down into the entire school, this is the floor pattern that you're going to see. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see all of it at one time when you're inside the building, but this gives you an idea. We're trying to provide accent colors in each of the grade houses so they can be identified separately. Main Street has got a wavy design that extends all the way down into the right-hand side where it looks like a sunburst. That's the cafeteria. So we're kind of tying all of the spaces together with the floor pattern design. As I mentioned, the historical component of the school is very important. So when you first come into the lobby at the main entrance, you're first going to see this, this historical mural, wall covering graphic that incorporates actual photographs from the past. These are some images that we have been able to find online and incorporated into this this wall graphic. With the help of the Alumni Association, we're hoping to get more photographs from the time that they served at the school and incorporate that into this design. This is just a concept image to show you what that could look like. But we want to be creative. We want it to incorporate different aspects of the life of the school. You know, you can see the image of the building. We've got we got cheerleaders in there. We've got class photos, and then there's some text from yearbooks. You know, we can take all of that stuff and combine it into the final image. Another component is a display case that's going to go under that learning stair. You can see that learning stair coming down from the second floor, and just to the right-hand side of that is a display case that's going to be solely dedicated to artifacts that we are able to gather from the Alumni Association. My recommendation to the school system is to log it, keep track of who donates what, so that at some point, if they would like it back in the future, you know who owned what and where it's kept. We're anticipating getting enough that this can be rotated pretty regularly. They can keep the elements that aren't on display stored somewhere. But if they wanted it back, they can certainly claim it. As you move into the cafeteria, we saw this as another opportunity to highlight some of the history of the school. You can see along the upper wall on the back and on the right-hand side, we've got acoustical wall panels. That's certainly necessary to help with sound in there, but we also want to mix in some of those original photographs. This was one concept that we shared with the Alumni Association. And here's another angle of what that could look like. But this is a second concept, and this is the one that was selected, and this is the one that we're going to incorporate into the actual bid documents. You can see it's much more dynamic, it's more creative, and more expansive. But we're able to select geometric areas within the design and flood those with those actual images that we get from the alumni. Here's an image of what the gymnasium is going to look like. The gymnasium was a space that was very important to them to maintain the original colors. So you can see there's a lot of gold or yellow and black in the gymnasium, and then we've got acoustical wall panels that surround that space. Here's another image of the gym. If we take a look at the auditorium, again, the predominant colors are the original school colors, but this is a location that we were able to introduce some of those other accent colors that I mentioned before. So, are there any questions about the middle school before we move into the other buildings? Yes, ma'am.
Earlier, I'm concerned with an ongoing water problem in that land. This school was built originally in 1965. I believe it opened. Forest Glen, John Yates opened at the same time. And what is being considered, what can you tell the board that is being considered, so it will refresh my memory, concerning water retention? I saw some little ponds on the diagram or whatever. Are they retention ponds? Are they similar to the ones we used at Florence Bowser when there was a problem there with water and
Yes, ma'am.
retention?
We do have multiple retention ponds on the site. I think we have 3 or 4. But the school is going to be constructed on the athletic field in the back, which is the highest point on the site. That's going to help alleviate some of those concerns about the groundwater underneath. The high school, the current middle school, which was the high school, is actually sitting on the lowest point on the site right now, and I think that's kind of perpetuating that water problem.
So there will be a number of those retention
Yes, ma'am.
areas?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions before we move into
Board
CSAP?
members, are there any additional questions regarding the JFK site? Okay, at this time going forward, we're going to ask that we're going to hold off instead of doing question by question. They're going to tell in at the end, so that way we don't exhaust our time with the questions.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
So CSEP is the second building on the site that we want to go over. This is the floor plan. You can see the main entrance is in the lower right-hand corner where that bright red arrow is located. The dark yellow are the administration spaces. So that immediately flanks the entry, and there's a secure vestibule there to control who's coming and going throughout the school day. The gray spaces are toilets or utility spaces, mechanical rooms, things of that nature. The blue are classrooms. That's the educational space for the students. It's very straightforward design. We have the opportunity across the back. You can see 2 small entrances with those red arrows. That's where students would get off the bus on that drive that heads towards the back of the middle school. Students would get off those buses and come directly into the building at those locations. So this is the color palette that was selected. I should have mentioned before that the color palette for the middle school, we presented 3 options to school administration, kind of worked with them. We pushed and pulled from each of the color palettes to kind of assemble the final selections that we're moving forward with. We did the same thing here for CSEP and for the IT building. So we're looking for cooler, more subduing colors at CSEP. So this is the color palette that we decided on. You can see the paint colors along the left-hand edge, then the next row in from that are the floor colors, and then we do have some terrazzo and wall tile in what would be the 3rd row. We have some casework colors and some carpet that's going to be in the administrative spaces. And then we have some wall tile patterns on the upper right-hand corner. If we take a look at the floor pattern for CSEP, again, a little more simplistic. We want to, again, keep it kind of calm for the students. So it's very straightforward. There's some linear patterns that go down the corridors, kind of directing them in that direction, as well as some classroom patterns. If we take a look at the rendering of what that main entrance is going to look like, this gives you a good feel for the entry, the secure vestibule, as well as the paint colors on the wall and some acoustical wall panels to help with sound in that space. Some specialty lighting at the main entrance as well. The glass on the left-hand side, that's the main office. And then you can see doors down on the far end on the right-hand side. Those are guidance spaces. And we're going to take a look at the IT building. Very similar color palette for this facility. In this case, the buildings kind of mirror each other in terms of general shape and organization. This time, the main entrance is on the lower left-hand side, down at the bottom. As you come in through the main secure vestibule there is a sizable training space that can be used by any department within the school system. But this is primarily a work building. So all of the gold colors are offices and managers for various departments. The gray space is either storage of materials, supplies, or toilets, things of that nature. So this is not so much an educational building, more of a work or functioning building. So if we take a look at that, again, very similar color palette. A lot of the floor finishes are the same. The difference here is we are using a different carpet from CSEP, but it's basically the same color palette. Here's what that enlarged floor plan looks like. And then the main entrance for the IT building. Again, we've provided a secure vestibule for each of the three buildings. We know security is very important these days. And that's all I have.
Thank you so much for that excellent presentation, board member. Are there any questions? We're going to get all the questions first, and then we'll come back and do the comments. But are there any questions in regard to the presentation? Okay. Board members, are there any comments in regard to the presentation? Dr. Brooks-Buck.
Just want to say thank you. I'm looking forward to the finished product.
Thank you. We are too.
Any additional? Board member Jenkins.
I want to say thank you as well, and on behalf of the alumni, we are still talking about the presentation that you gave us about a week ago, and they are excited. So thank you very much.
Great. You're welcome.
Any additional board members have any comments? Okay. I do want to put this announcement out there that it's been a long time coming. Way before I was even thought about, they were talking about replacing the old East Suffolk High School, which later evolved into John F. Kennedy High School. This is one of our separate but equal schools that existed in the city of Suffolk, and it is time that we have a quality beacon of education and hope in this area of the city, and I'm excited for us to break ground. You all did an excellent job. Thank you so much, Dr. Gordon, RRM&M, Mr. Napier, and everyone who had a hand in it. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next item on the agenda is a motion to go into closed meeting.
A motion is needed to go into a closed meeting to discuss the following items and subjects pursuant to Section 2.2-3711 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended. Number one, the discussion and/or consideration regarding the performance evaluation of the school superintendent and any revisions to terms of his employment. Number 2, the discussion and/or consideration regarding the performance evaluation of the attorney for the school board and any revisions to terms of his employment. And number 3, the discussion and/or consideration regarding the performance evaluation of the clerk of the school board and any revisions to the terms of her employment, which is authorized by Section 2.2-3711A1 of the Code of Virginia, 1950, as amended.
Motion? Second? Any discussion? Madam Clerk,
Sorry, can you repeat who said it?
the motion was made by Board Member Brittingham and second by Board Member Slingluff. There's no discussion. We're ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Motion passed.
Okay. Board members, we know what we're required to do regarding our devices.
excused or unexcused, can keep students from succeeding in school and in life. In a 180-day school year, 18 days of absence, that averages to missing about 2 school days every month. Losing those days can knock students off track for academic success. Why is daily attendance so important for students? Here are some recent findings. Education studies found a student with 6 days absent is equivalent to 30 hours of learning loss for that student. 10 days absent is equal to 50 hours lost, and 19 days absent is the same as losing 95 hours of learning. Tardy means delayed beyond the expected arrival time. When a student shows up late to class, it can impede their learning, disrupt the flow of instruction, and distract other students in the classroom. What are some ways to avoid tardiness? Try to establish a school prep routine the night before, like packing backpacks and lunches. Gather clothing for the next day and set up a last stop station where you can pick up last minute things when heading out the door. When students improve their attendance rates, they also improve their academic prospects and their chances for grade level promotion or graduation. As you can see, missing out on school lessons, either by absence or tardiness, leaves students vulnerable to falling behind. School attendance matters to your students' academic future. Suffolk Public Schools, present every day.
We're the first person they see and the last person they see at the beginning and end of the school day. Being a driver with Suffolk Public Schools offers you a lot of excellent benefits, and it's just a wonderfully rewarding job.
It really takes a special person to be a bus driver. I think it's something that you can really set a career for.
The application process is very simple. We have some wonderful trainers.
Go to our website and apply. We check our website daily, and within a 30-day period, interview, train, on the road, and carrying students.
My biggest motivation is the kids. A great opportunity to be a positive influence.
You have to have a deep compassion for kids. We put you behind the wheel, and you're ready to start a new career here at Suffolk Public Schools.
Start marinating the lamb.
My name is Maya Collins. I am the culinary arts instructor here at the College and Career Academy at Prudence. I'm super excited. My students are actually going to be working with Chef Malcolm Mitchell. We have to make the demi. We're going to be cooking a 4-course meal for about 36 people. Working with the Kokori app, cater to the course, and our course is culinary arts, incorporates some different skills that we are able to build within my class, but through an app. And with Chef Mitchell, he got to pre-write the things that were on the app.
That true on-the-job training, and I'm here to help Chef Maya put a meal together, doing catering, past hors d'oeuvres, the whole nine. My name is Malcolm Mitchell, originally from New York, currently the corporate food and beverage director for Donho Hospitalities that's based out of Washington, D.C. I oversee 18 restaurants doing consulting, developing concepts, and owning a few of my own restaurants.
I really love bringing chefs in. He can go to different schools if he really wanted to, and he came to our school, and he talked to us, and he showed them his secrets, and they appreciated his time.
I love it. Me, because I love to
The
eat.
menu was a collaboration. I came up with the concept and some of the recipes. The team here executed all of the recipes.
And one of my students was like, Chef, I don't know why, but I'm a little scared. And I was like, what? He's so nice. He's such a nice person. He's like, I don't know. I'm kind of scared. But as soon as he asked them to do something, they were on it.
All the way around.
It's like seriousness about him that made you want to be serious a little bit, but then he was just so chill and cool. I liked his style.
I'm really diverse when it comes to my portfolio and genre of food. My influence of cooking comes from my mother, who's from Charleston, South Carolina, so that geeky, low-country food is where it's in my heart, even though I'm French culinary trained. Taste the lamb, too, if you guys are not used to it.
They were like, I don't understand how lamb tastes like beef. Just because he braised it versus just straight roasting it. These little things make it taste completely different. The bread pudding, everybody's still talking about the bread pudding. The cherries versus anything, having anything in there. It was amazing. They were like, I did not think that the food was going to be this good.
Your mind is only limited by your ingredients. It's like a painter with colors. It is an art. Even if you don't have the colors, you can mix this color and that color and create a whole other color. You can mix all these different ingredients and make a whole different dish. That's what keeps me inspired. It keeps me always cooking. It keeps me always want to be creative.
Some of the things that they gained from today, how to work as a team to make sure things come out right and together. Timing, our dietary needs met. Who is a vegetarian? How can we get their things out at the same time as a steak? Doing plating.
No rhyme or reason of how I plate. Kind of depends on the ingredient in the dish. Just like the tomato salad. If I would have took that salad and just tossed it all together in a bowl and put it on a plate, even though it tastes exactly the same, it just wouldn't be presented the right way. The salad's here, I sprinkled the basil, the big jam, different places, and then the vinaigrette. You can see all the vibrant colors. When I did the steak, it was simple. It's steak and potatoes. A home-cooked plate that was just elevated a little bit. If it's not Instagram worthy, take it back in the kitchen.
We had some big people here today. Superintendent and his cabinet, all the staff, teachers and administrators from here at CCAP.
This is really taking it.
I was hoping, even though they were in a school, they didn't think that it was students back there cooking their meal. I wanted them to be transformed that they were in a fine dining restaurant and they were not in a culinary school. I think we accomplished that.
They all came up afterwards and like, you guys did an amazing job! And I was like, thank you so much! Like, we were just so excited. And it's just gonna bring more excitement to the program.
Say skills that pay the bills, and you guys are learning skills, and since COVID, 25% of our industry is gone. The only way to fill those positions is programs like this.
This whole program brought a lot of richness to the class, opportunities.
You can have skills, but if you don't have an opportunity to use your skills, and that I can give you that opportunity for me having jobs for these students, it's a pipeline.
All of our graduates today, and I'm super proud of you guys. I'm really sad to see my seniors leave. I hope that they take the things that they learn from here and choose a career that they want to do for their life.
If you love what you're doing, you never work a day in your life.
Some parents choose to have their children come to Southwestern to be a part of our family, and they're just part of our community from day one.
That was the best option for him. I wouldn't change it for anything.
The voluntary majority to minority transfer option is currently in place at Booker T. Washington, Elephants Fork, Mac Van Jr., and Southwestern Elementary Schools. I am Lori Mooney, the proud principal of Southwestern Elementary School here in Suffolk, Virginia. Most of our students are from the southern end of the city. However, Southwestern does participate in the majority to minority program. Students attending a majority school will be allowed the opportunity to attend a school where they will be in the minority. Many parents, such as Larkita Taylor Scott, choose to send all of their children here to Southwestern. Her son started with me several years ago.
To break away from the norm, I decided to apply for the majority to minority program. It offered a lot of diversity and different faces for him, so that way he wouldn't see the same everyday people.
The division will make space available for students who choose to participate in the voluntary majority to minority transfer. Transportation is free. Transportation is provided by the school division, and we're just looking for other Mustangs that want to experience the family out here at Southwestern.
One of the perks from it is that siblings get to come along as well once their turn is up.
And now I have her kindergartner and early start child with me. Students will be allowed to complete their elementary education at the school they started under the majority to minority transfer option.
Seeing my oldest son go through the program, that this would be the right decision for my younger two to go through the program as well and hopefully have as much success.
Students who choose to attend Southwestern under the transfer option will be allowed to attend middle school at Forest Glen Middle. Students who choose to attend Booker T. Washington, Mac Ben Jr., or Elephants Fork Elementary under the transfer option will be allowed to attend middle school at JFK Middle. These students could also choose to attend the middle school which they are zoned to attend. We've had very positive feedback from parents. Students enjoy coming to school, they seem to be more motivated, and they enjoy their classmates.
I can't say what his experience would have been if he had gone to his own school. I don't know. But what I do know is that he has had a great experience, and I wouldn't change it for the world. Makes me feel like Supermom.
Questions on the majority to minority transfer option may be directed to either your school principal or Ms. Catherine Pichon, Director of Elementary Leadership, 757-925-6760.
Turlington Woods is an alternative school, and we call it an alternative family. Kids come here and we move them ahead. They come here for different types of reasons, mainly discipline issues. Instead of kicking the kid out for 180 days, they come to Turlington Woods and get their education. We got middle and high school. High school students, we try to move them closer to graduation by giving them what they need in a smaller setting. We're here to reform a kid and give them that opportunity to redeem themselves so they can go back and continue their education process.
The importance of Turlington Woods is they can continue with their education, so when they come back into the school 2 weeks, 9 weeks, half a year later, they're still caught up and able to continue right on with their studies right where they left off. Without a program like Turlington Woods, a student would be returning after a period of time but have not received any education, which really would make it hard for them to continue on and be successful during that school year academically.
Safety is a big issue. They're searched when they first come in, and they are warned that some of the safety things that we have in place.
A lot of times people have a negative perception of Turlington Woods until it's their kid that actually made the poor choice. If you are assigned to Turlington Woods, it doesn't mean it's the end of the world. It just means that we need to put additional supports in place to help you succeed.
It's mandatory counseling. We get to know the kids. We get to know why they did what they did. And we get to find out some of the issues that they're having. We're more therapeutic than punitive.
Wraparound services where they can have some conversations about poor choices that they made and the potential consequence. But the idea is always to get them reacclimated back into the school setting.
We come together as a whole group, Western Tile Water Community Service Board. You know, all the services out there that's in the city that a child could have, not only the child but the family as well.
Okay, so we did the first one. Which one do you want to do next? All right, go ahead. One-on-one instruction in order to help prepare them for the test. And I know all of the teachers here are willing to do that in order to help our students find success.
My role is academics division-wide, and Turlington Woods is one of our buildings. The instruction and their academic progress remains the same as it would if they were in their home-based building. However, Turlington Woods teachers have to specialize in multiple areas within their content.
At the base school, they sometimes feel left out. We're here, we include them and make them know, okay, you can do it, you can be successful. It's all right to not get the answer right, but it is what's in the end that counts.
There's communication between the teacher and the parent through our check-in and check-out form. They get a daily grading of their child and what they're doing throughout the day here. The parent has to be a part of the exit as well.
Progress monitoring will come in and we say, well, last time he needed such and such supports. Oh, we don't need those supports anymore. So we can see the growth in that student.
And then the things that they used to do, they're telling the other students don't do it. So now they're becoming model students.
I have a great staff. They build that relationship with kids that make them want to come back.
Sometimes we are the only positive role models they see. That puts a lot of responsibility on us to be the best that we can be for them.
Our goal is to make sure that all of our kids have the opportunity to graduate on time, to make sure that all of our kids understand that they're going to get everything they need to be successful.
Community support. Churches come in, Pastor Wilkins come in, we do have art therapy, Suffolk Women's Club. It takes a village to raise a child.
I had this boy picking on me. And his friends was picking on me. Got into a little altercation. I pulled the taser out. I tased them. All three of them. I went to a hearing meeting. They said my grades was bad. I had straight L's. They told me I was not graduated. So I was 22. He said I need to come over here to Turlington.
Kyra had been with me 3 times, getting in trouble with fighting in the community. She had gotten some charges. So she was caught up in the judicial system as well as school. Kyra had a baby. When the judge said she will lock her up, she knew she needed to be there for her baby.
I was 15 when I found out I was pregnant. I just felt like I'm gonna be on this journey by myself. That's where I got to leave my journey. It was really hard for me to keep coming back and forth to school with no babysitter. Then, how you gonna take care of a baby with no money, don't have no job? So I had to get up and I had to start working. Mr. Barney told me I can come to school every other day so I could be at home with my baby. Other days I go to work.
Now she's focused and she wants to do better.
I was taking 19 classes, passed 5 SOLs, and English wasn't really my best subject, but when I came here, I loved the English teacher. The English teacher here is amazing.
I showed her that it didn't have to be this huge task that she saw it as. She would set goals for herself and we would check in, and she did exactly what she needed to do in order to be a term grad.
Every child that I came across, they helped me. And I really thank them for that. It was hard, I'm not gonna lie, but I did it.
To see where she came from and where she is now. And she's graduating.
When you had this conversation with her a year ago, you would have thought it would have taken another 2 to 3 years to graduate. She got it done in 1.
If it weren't for Mr. Bynum, none of this would have happened.
I'm a father figure. Something they never had. These are the kids that I love working with. We hopefully build a better person when they leave here.
They are Suffolk Public School students. We're going to support them.
You can still be an athlete. You can still apply for scholarships.
That is the whole key. Here are these things that we're going to help you and your family put into place so that you can reach those goals. That's the thing I think that our kids are really probably the most appreciative of. That not only are they getting support from their individual teachers and Mr. Biden's administrator, but also knowing that they have the support of central office as well.
We're the first person they see and the last person they see at the beginning and end of the school day. Being a driver with Suffolk Public Schools offers you a lot of excellent benefits, and it's just a wonderfully rewarding job.
It really takes a special person to be a bus driver. Make it something that you can really set a career for.
The application process is very simple. We have some wonderful trainers.
Go to our website and apply. And we check our website daily, and within a 30-day period, interview, train, on the road, and carrying students.
My biggest motivation is the kids. A great opportunity to be a positive influence.
You have to have a deep compassion for kids. We put you behind the wheel, and you are ready to start a new career here at Suffolk Public Schools.
Today is called Broadway Day. And we invited Suffolk Public School students, grades 6 through 12, to come and do workshops from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. So it's 4 sets of workshops. We have 4 instructors who have come, who are artists, who have been on Broadway and graced stages all across America. And so these kids have a chance to come and learn acting, singing, dancing, and stage combat in a workshop style throughout the day.
Teaching is something I really love to do. Like, it fills me up so much to see other people be able to grow because of whatever impact I had on their lives. To be asked and to be paid to do something that I love to do, it really is nothing less than a blessing.
This was originally designed as a SIPA masterclass, and then I decided, since we have such high caliber people coming in, that I wanted to open it up to all of Suffolk so that all the students could really benefit. I am proud to say we have at least 81 kids, representing all 3 high schools, all 5 middle schools in Suffolk today.
I think it's really, really helpful to our community that we're doing a lot more things in music, because music is a worldwide language that expresses many things. So I think starting here, especially with the youth, me and my peers learning these things in music and in theater can express ourselves to other people and just make the world better. And I think that's super important.
There is interest in Suffolk, all across Suffolk. And I can say, because I have been in all of the classes today and all of the workshops, and I've now met all of these kids, that the talent is here in Suffolk.
Suffolk Public Schools families. My name is Dr. Angela King, and I'm the coordinator of school counselors. The purpose of this video is to assist students and parents with the SPS scheduling process. The profile of a Virginia graduate developed by the Virginia Board of Education describes the foundational skills students should attain during their K-12 education to make them life ready. These skills include critical thinking, creative thinking, collaboration, communication, and citizenship. It is important that students and parents work with counselors, teachers, and administrators in the development of an academic and career plan that will ensure an effective educational experience aligned with personal goals and interests to prepare students to find success in our complex society.
Hello, my name is Mona Parker, and I'm the School Counseling Director at the College and Career Academy at Pruden. Go Falcons! So this year, all high school students will be entering course requests for the upcoming school year through HAC, or Home Access Center. Students will be required to choose 8 classes and 2 alternates. Students will take 4 classes in the first semester and 4 different classes in the second semester, giving them a total of 8 credits per year. You will use the Student Career Planning Guide, the scheduling booklet that will be sent home, and recommendations from your school counselor to assist in choosing your courses for next year. You will notice in this guide several tabs to assist you in making your choices.
Hello, my name is Kimberly Reed, School Counseling Director at Nansemond River High School. Go Warriors! First, you can explore potential career options in the Career Explorations tab. On this page, you will find a career cluster dashboard. At the bottom of the page are additional career exploration resources where you can find and assess skills and see occupational profiles. The second tab lists BDOE graduation requirements based on the diploma type you choose. Click on the blue button for more details. The third tab gives you a brief overview of specialty programs that Suffolk Public School offers to include a brief video of the programs. If this program interests you, please see your counselor for more information. The fourth tab gives you course descriptions. Click on the links to see the most current Suffolk Public Schools handbook. The fifth tab gives you general information to include the promotion policy, grading scale, and state testing information. The sixth tab walks you through the course selection process. Click on the blue button labeled Course Request Directions for step-by-step instructions on how to enter your course selections in HACC. Also on this page, you will see scheduling booklets for your particular school and for all rising ninth graders. The final tab is contact information for your particular school.
Hi, I'm Cassandra Riquizo, School Counseling Director at King. Go Bulldogs! Parents, you can help, and we welcome your help, but we strongly encourage our students to complete this process with the assistance of their school counselor. You will receive a PAS announcement when HACC will be open, so please make sure you have an updated phone number on file with the school. Students will continue to collaborate with their school counselors during this process regarding class schedules and graduation requirements. Students will also continue to select 2 alternate courses in case their desired classes do not fit in their schedules or they are not available due to low enrollment.
Hello, my name is Sheila Williams. I'm the School Counseling Director at Lakeland High School. Go Cavs! Some benefits for this process: it allows for better parent and student discussion when selecting courses. Parents are able to view student selections via the student's HACC account rather than depend on a paper copy being delivered home. Access to view the student selections are at your fingertips. Don't forget to refer to the Course Description tab on the SPS Planning Guide site for course descriptions, prerequisites, and co-requisites.
Together as a team, we will strive to provide excellent programs and courses for all students that will allow them to not only develop and master essential life skills as outlined in the profile of a Virginia graduate, but to also acquire the academic knowledge they need to become productive citizens. The Suffolk Public Schools team is here to assist and support you. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to working with your child during this process.
We had about 150 ninth graders come through 4 of our different programs and actually get to talk to each of the teachers and do a little bit of activities. A little bit about CTE was talked about, and a panel of Norfolk State students, which some of them actually graduated from Suffolk Public Schools.
Today was a great experience being able to educate these young people, especially freshmen, so they can gear up their high school careers, knowing exactly what they want, knowing exactly how they're going to get in, so they have a better chance and a better opportunity at getting their college paid for and having the best opportunity to go to graduate school or medical school.
I'm interested in joining the military after college, but I just really want to learn more about opportunities like this one where I can just be around so many people in such a professional setting and just take it all in.
There's a lot of different pathways, and I think that CTE and also just CCAP in general is a great way to start all that. This is a program that not every student gets an opportunity to do or even knows about. So this is such a really cool opportunity for them, especially in 9th grade, so they can be in these programs in 10th, 11th, and 12th.
That's enlightening to hear students saying, I came in thinking I want to do this, but now I might want to do this as a hobby. Sometimes those hobbies turn into careers. For us, this event is also an opportunity to get the word out on the programs that live inside of Suffolk, that maybe sometimes our students don't get steered into that absolute direction, but they now know that those programs are here.
I think these skills are great. Even if it's not professional, it's professionals teaching you these skills that you could potentially use later in life. Public Schools, present every day. Too many absences, excused or unexcused, can keep students from succeeding in school and in life. In a 180-day school year, 18 days of absence, that averages to missing about 2 school days every month. Losing those days can knock students off track for academic success. Why is daily attendance so important for students? Here are some recent findings. Education studies found a student with 6 days absent is equivalent to 30 hours of learning loss for that student. 10 days absent is equal to 50 hours lost, and 19 days absent is the same as losing 95 hours of learning. Tardy means delayed beyond the expected arrival time. When a student shows up late to class, it can impede their learning, disrupt the flow of instruction, and distract other students in the classroom. What are some ways to avoid tardiness? Try to establish a school prep routine the night before, like packing backpacks and lunches. Gather clothing for the next day and set up a last stop station where you can pick up last minute things when heading out the door. When students improve their attendance rates, they also improve their academic prospects and their chances for grade level promotion or graduation. As you can see, missing out on school lessons, either by absence or tardiness, leaves students vulnerable to falling behind. School attendance matters to your students' academic future. Suffolk Public Schools, present every day.
We're the first person they see and the last person they see at the beginning and end of the school day. Being a driver with Suffolk Public Schools offers you a lot of excellent benefits, and it's just a wonderfully rewarding job.
It really takes a special person to be a bus driver, and it's something that you can really set a career for.
The application process is very simple. We have some wonderful trainers.
Go to our website and apply. And we check our website daily, and within a 30-day period, interview, train on the road, and carrying students.
My biggest motivation is the kids. A great opportunity to be a positive influence.
You have to have a deep compassion for kids. We put you behind the wheel, and you are ready to start a new career here at Suffolk Public Schools.
Start marinating the lamb. My name is Maya Collins. I am the culinary arts instructor here at the College and Career Academy at Pruden. I'm super excited. My students are actually going to be working with Chef Malcolm Mitchell. We have to make the demi. So we're going to be cooking a 4-course meal for about 36 people. Working with the Kokori app, cater to the course, and our course is culinary arts, incorporates some different skills that we are able to build within my class, but through an app. And with Chef Mitchell, he got to pre-write the things that were on the app.
That true on-the-job training, and I'm here to help Chef Maya put a meal together, doing catering, past hors d'oeuvres, the whole nine. My name is Malcolm Mitchell, originally from New York, currently the corporate food and beverage director for Donho Hospitalities that's based out of Washington, D.C. I oversee 18 restaurants doing consulting, developing concepts, and owning a few of my own restaurants.
I really love bringing chefs in. He can go to different schools if he really wanted to, and he came to our school. and he talked to us, and he showed them his secrets, and they appreciated his time.
I love it. Me, because I love to eat. The menu was a collaboration. I came up with the concept and some of the recipes. The team here executed all of the recipes.
And one of my students was like, Chef, I don't know why, but I'm a little scared. And I was like, what? He's so nice. He's such a nice person. He's like, I don't know. I'm kind of scared. But as soon as he asked them to do something, they were on it.
All the way around.
It's like seriousness about him that made you want to be serious a little bit, but then he was just so chill and cool. I liked his style.
I'm really diverse when it comes to my portfolio and genre of food. My influence of cooking comes from my mother, who's from Charleston, South Carolina, so that geeky, low country food is where it's in my heart, even though I'm French culinary trained. Taste the lamb too, if you guys are not used to it.
They were like, I don't understand how lamb tastes like beef. Just because he braised it versus just straight roasting it. These little things make it taste completely different. The bread pudding, everybody's still talking about the bread pudding. The cherries versus anything, having anything in there. It was amazing. They were like, I did not think that the food was going to be this good.
Your mind is only limited by your ingredients. It's like a painter with colors. It is an art. Even if you don't have the colors, you can mix this color and that color and create a whole other color. You can mix all these different ingredients and make a whole different dish. That's what keeps me inspired. It keeps me always cooking and keeps me always going to be creative.
Some of the things that they gained from today, how to work as a team to make sure things come out right and together. Timing, our dietary needs met. Who is a vegetarian? How can we get their things out at the same time as a steak? Doing plating.
No rhyme or reason of how I plate. Kind of depends on the ingredient in the dish. Just like the tomato salad. If I would have took that salad and just tossed it all together in a bowl and put it on a plate, even though it tastes exactly the same, it just wouldn't be presented the right way. The salad's here, I sprinkled the basil, the fig jam, different places, and then the vinaigrette. You can see all the vibrant colors. When I did the steak, it was simple. It's steak and potatoes. A home-cooked plate that was just elevated a little bit. If it's not Instagram worthy, take it back in the kitchen.
At this time, we would call the Suffolk Public Schools School Board meeting for the month of July to order. At this time, the first item on our agenda is a resolution of certification of a closed meeting of July 13, 2023. Attorney Waller.
Ms. Byram is coming.
All you need is a call.
Ready. Resolution of certification of the closed meeting of July 13th, 2023 pursuant to Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended. Whereas the School Board of the City of Suffolk convened a closed meeting on this date, pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. And whereas Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended requires a certification by the school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the school board of the City of Suffolk hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, number one, only business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this resolution of certification applies. And number two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the school board of the City of Suffolk.
Is there a motion? Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been properly made by Board Member Brooks Buck, Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck, and second by Vice Chair Howell. Are there any discussion? At this time, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Motion passed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, the board is going to take a 15-minute recess, and we will resume in 15 minutes.
We had some big people here today. Superintendent and his cabinet, all the staff, teachers, and administrators from here at CCAP.
This is really great.
I was hoping, even though they were in a school, they didn't think that it was students back there cooking their meal. I wanted them to be transformed that they were in a fine dining restaurant and they were not in a culinary school. I think we accomplished that.
They all came up afterwards and like, you guys did an amazing job, and I was like, thank you so much. Like, we're just so excited, and this is gonna bring more excitement to the program.
Say skills that pay the bills, and you guys are learning skills, and since COVID, 25% of our industry is gone. The only way to fill those positions is programs like this.
This whole program brought a lot of richness to the class, opportunities.
You can have skills, but if you don't have an opportunity to use your skills, and that I can give you that opportunity for me having jobs for these students, it's a pipeline.
All of our graduates today, and I'm super proud of you guys. I'm really sad to see my seniors leave. I hope that they take the things that they learn from here and choose a career that they want to do for their life.
If you love what you're doing, you never work a day in your life.
Some parents choose to have their children come to Southwestern to be a part of our family, and they're just part of our community from day one.
That was the best option for him. I wouldn't change it for anything.
The voluntary majority to minority transfer option is currently in place at Booker T. Washington, Elephants Fork, Mac Ben Jr., and Southwestern Elementary Schools. I am Lori Mooney, the proud principal of Southwestern Elementary School here in Suffolk, Virginia. Most of our students are from the southern end of the city. However, Southwestern does participate in the majority to minority program. Students attending a majority school will be allowed the opportunity to attend a school where they will be in the minority. Many parents, such as Larkita Taylor Scott, choose to send all of their children here to Southwestern. Her son started with me several years ago.
It's a break away from the norm. I decided to apply for the majority to minority program. It offered a lot of diversity and different faces for him, so that way he wouldn't see the same everyday people.
The division will make space available for students who choose to participate in the voluntary majority to minority transfer. Transportation is free. Transportation is provided by the school division, and we're just looking for other Mustangs that want to experience the family out here at Southwestern.
One of the perks from it is that siblings get to come along as well once their turn is up.
And now I have her kindergartner and early start child with me. Students will be allowed to complete their elementary education at the school they started under the majority to minority transfer option.
Seeing my oldest son go through the program, that this would be the right decision for my younger two to go through the program as well and hopefully have as much success.
Students who choose to attend Southwestern under the transfer option will be allowed to attend middle school at Forest Glen Middle. Students who choose to attend Booker T. Washington, Mac Ben Jr., or Elephants Fork Elementary under the transfer option will be allowed to attend middle school at JFK Middle. These students could also choose to attend the middle school which they are zoned to attend. We've had very positive feedback from parents. Students enjoy coming to school, they seem to be more motivated, and they enjoy their classmates.
I can't say what his experience would have been if he had gone to his own school. I don't know. But what I do know is that he has had a great experience, and I wouldn't change it for the world. Makes me feel like Supermom.
Questions on the majority to minority transfer option may be directed to either your school principal or Ms. Catherine Pichon, Director of Elementary Leadership. 757-925-6760.
Toronto was an alternative school, and we call it an alternative family. Kids come here and we move them ahead. They come here for different types of reasons, mainly discipline issues. Instead of kicking the kid out for 180 days, they come to Toronto Woods and get their education. We got middle and high school. High school students, we try to move them closer to graduation by giving them what they need in a smaller setting. We're here to reform a kid and give them that opportunity to redeem themselves so they can go back and continue their education process.
The importance of Turlington Woods is they can continue with their education, so when they come back into the school 2 weeks, 9 weeks, half a year later, they're still caught up and able to continue right on with their studies right where they left off. Without a program like Turlington Woods, a student would be returning after a period of time but have not received any education, which really would make it hard for them to continue on and be successful during that school year academically.
Safety is a big issue. They're searched when they first come in, and they are warned that some of the safety things that we have in place.
A lot of times people have a negative perception of Turlington Woods until it's their kid that actually made the poor choice. If you are assigned to Turlington Woods, it doesn't mean it's the end of the world. It just means that we need to put additional supports in place to help you succeed.
It's mandatory counseling. We get to know the kids. We get to know why they did what they did. And we get to find out some of the issues that they're having. We're more therapeutic than punitive.
Wraparound services where they can have some conversations about poor choices that they made and a potential consequence. But the idea is always to get them reacclimated back into the school setting.
We come together as a whole group. Western Tide Water Community Service Board. All the services out there that's in the city that a child could have. Not only the child, but the family as well.
Okay, so we did the first one. Which one do you want to do next? All right, go ahead. One-on-one instruction in order to help prepare them for the test. And I know all of the teachers here are willing to do that in order to help our students find success.
My role is academics division-wide, and Turlington Woods is one of our buildings. The instruction and their academic progress remains the same as it would if they were in their home-based building. However, Turlington Woods teachers have to specialize in multiple areas within their content.
At the base school, they sometimes feel left out. We're here, we include them and make them know, okay, you can do it, you can be successful. It's all right to not get the answer right, but it is what's in the end that counts.
There's communication between the teacher and the parent through our check-in and check-out form. They get a daily grading of their child and what they're doing throughout the day here. The parent has to be a part of the exit as well.
Progress monitoring will come in and we say, well, last time he needed such and such supports. Oh, we don't need those supports anymore. So we can see the growth in that student.
And then the things that they used to do, they're telling the other students don't do it. So now they're becoming model students.
I have a great staff. They build that relationship with kids that make them want to come back.
Sometimes we are the only positive role models they see. That puts a lot of responsibility on us to be the best that we can be for them.
Our goal is to make sure that all of our kids have the opportunity to graduate on time, to make sure that all of our kids understand that they're going to get everything they need to be successful.
Community support. Churches come in, Pastor Wilkins come in, we do have art therapy, Suffolk Women's Club. It takes a village to raise a child.
I had this boy picking on me, and his friends was picking on me. Got into a little altercation. I pulled the taser out, and I tased them, all three of them. I went to a hearing meeting. They said my grades was bad, I had straight L's. They told me I was not graduated, so I was 22. They said I need to come over here to Turlington.
Kyra had been with me 3 times, getting in trouble with fighting in the community. She had gotten some charges, so she was caught up in the judicial system as well as school. Kyra had a baby. When the judge said she was gonna lock her up, she knew she needed to be there for her baby.
I was 15 when I found out I was pregnant. I just felt like I'm gonna be on this journey by myself. That's why I got to leave my journey. It was really hard for me to keep coming back and forth to school with no babysitter. Then, how you gonna take care of baby with no money? You don't have no job. So I had to get up and I had to start working. Mr. Barney told me I can come to school every other day so I could be at home with my baby. Other days I go to work.
Now she's focused and she wants to do better.
I was taking
Good evening, board members. We thank you so much to our citizens. We thank you so much for your patience with us. It is a very interesting yet fulfilling day. At this time, we are going to resume our school board meeting, and we're going to have Board Member Slingluff lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by I'll read the mission statement. Please stand.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. At this time, as a matter of fact, I'm going to defer and have Vice Chair Howell read our SPS mission.
The mission of Suffolk Public Schools is to produce 21st century learners that will become productive citizens in society, to foster a dynamic, safe, and nurturing learning environment, to partner with school community for the benefit of students and staff, to strengthen the school division by employing a highly qualified and diverse staff, to effectively and efficiently manage capital and human resources, and to effectively communicate to increase community investment.
Thanks. Thank you so much, Vice Chair Howell. Our next item on the agenda is action on our closed meeting items. Attorney Waller.
There are two motions that need to be presented. The first of which is school superintendents ought to be evaluated consistent with the performance objectives set forth in guidelines adopted by the Virginia Department of Education. Those guidelines require that local school boards consider documentation evidence maintained by the superintendent when evaluating the superintendent's performance. Members of the Suffolk City School Board were required to submit their evaluations of the school superintendent to the chair of the school board on or before 5 p.m. on July 10th, 2023. Board Member Slingluff failed to submit her evaluation of the school superintendent by the time required and sought to reference in her evaluation of the school superintendent documentation evidence not maintained by the superintendent and therefore not consistent with guidelines adopted by VDOE. A motion is needed that the school board will not consider Board Member Slingluff's evaluation of the school superintendent because her evaluation of the school superintendent was not received by 5 p.m. on July 10th, 2023, and she referenced documentation evidence not consistent with guidelines adopted by VDOE.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? The motion has been made by Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck and second by Board Member Dr. Brittingham. Any discussion? There being none, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Motion passed.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Waller, could you, with the second one?
School superintendents ought to be evaluated consistent with performance objectives set forth in guidelines adopted by VDOE. Those guidelines require that local school boards consider documentation evidence maintained by the superintendent when evaluating the superintendent's performance. Board member Dr. Dawn Marie Brittingham sought to reference in her evaluation of the school superintendent documentation evidence not maintained by the superintendent and therefore not consistent with guidelines adopted by VDOE. A motion is therefore needed that the school board will not consider Board member Dr. Dawn Marie Brittingham's evaluation of the school superintendent.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made by Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck and duly seconded by Board Members Byram and Board Members Jenkins. Are there any discussion? Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Motion passed.
Okay, thank you so much. The next item on the agenda is public speakers. There are no public speakers on agenda topics. At this time, we will have our good news report at Dr. Gordon.
Thank you, Chairman Riddick. I'm going to call to the podium Ms. Antoinette Dickens, our Community Engagement Officer, for our good news report. For alumni highlights, Project Neptune, our early start and early childhood education art show, SPS represented Music in the Parks, highlights on Kings Fork Middle and High School Orchestra, the 2023 Whitman Life Awards, 2023 NSPRA Publications and Digital Media Excellence Awards, the STEM Extravaganza, and then Mr. Riddick, I will follow up with the calendar of special events.
Dr. Gordon, before we move forward, it's been brought to my attention in our haste to try to recoup some of the time, we forgot to actually approve the agenda. At this time, Attorney Waller, which is a mistake anybody can make, we're human. Attorney Waller, does that have any forbearance on the business that took place thus far?
No, it does not.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second? The motion has been made by Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck and second by Board Member Byram. At this time, is there any discussion? Madam Clerk?
Motion passed.
All right, thank you so much. Once again, I do apologize for that oversight and being human. That's just a testament that we all can make mistakes. Dr. Gordon, it's back in your hand for the reports by the superintendent.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Chairman Riddick, Vice Chair Howell, and school board members, and our superintendent, Dr. Gordon. The alumni highlight for this evening is Keith Ricks, a Kings Fork High School graduate. At Kings Fork High School, Keith Ricks was an AAU national champion in the 4x400 meter relay and three-time AAU All-American. As a senior, he was ranked number 3 in the nation in the 55-meter dash and recorded the 6th fastest time in the event in state meet history. He ranked number 1 in Virginia in the 55 and 200-meter dashes and earned number 2 ranking in Virginia in the 300-meter and 400-meter dashes. He finished runner-up at the 2008 VHSL AAA state meet in the 100-meter and 200-meter dashes, and he was also part of Kings Fork High School's first 4x100 relay state championship team. Certainly a lot of track accolades for Mr. Riggs. He did train to be an Olympian and traveled to over 200 countries. And recently, Mr. Riggs returned to Kings Fork High School to present an award to a deserving scholarships recipient during the Bulldogs Senior Awards Night. The oceanography students at Nansemond River High School were honored to host Dr. Joseph Deturi, otherwise known as Dr. Deep Sea, in an online interview from his underwater base. Dr. Deturi is a renowned traumatic brain injury specialist and environmental advocate. He took questions from our Nansemond River oceanography students during a live chat in the auditorium. On Friday morning, June 9th, Dr. Joseph Deturi felt the sun rays for the first time since retreating to a subaquatic compound 22 feet below the waters of Key Largo, Florida, on March 1st. He completed his research mission and set a new world record, living 100 days beneath the ocean surface. SPS hosted our first ever division-wide Early Start Early Childhood Education Art Show on Saturday, June 3rd at Kings Fork Middle School. All 11 elementary schools had every Early Start and Early Childhood Education classroom represented. Each selection was from integrative lessons that featured children's creativity in their whole child learning and included a self-portrait. Congratulations to the Suffolk Public Schools music ensembles who participated in a competition at the Busch Gardens Music in the Parks Festival. SPS took home top honors in all categories, including 2 overall competition placements for middle school choir and high school bands. Starting with John Yates Middle School, the choir won first place for junior high middle school mixed choir. Additionally, the overall best vocalist in junior high school middle school division went to a 7th grader, Alicia Yusanga, and their band won 3rd place for middle school concert bands overall. Colonel Fred Cherry Choir won first place for junior high middle school treble choir, and additionally, they received overall first place in best middle school choir for the competition. The overall best vocalist in the junior high school, middle high school treble choir division went to an 8th grader at Colonel Fred Cherry Middle School, Madison Knox. And Nansemond River High School's combined choir won 2nd place for high school mixed choirs, and their band won first place for high school concert band. They received overall first place best band with a superior rating for the competition. Congratulations also go out to Kings Fork Middle and High School Orchestra, who participated in the Kings Dominion Music in the Park Festival. Kings Fork's Orchestra took first place. Kings Fork Middle School's Orchestra took 2nd place, and both schools together received the Esprit de Corps Award for overall outstanding orchestras. On the screen, you will see our 2023 Woodsman Life Awards recipients. The Woodsman Life is pleased to offer the Woodman of the World History Award for the year 2022-2023. This award goes to a student in the 8th and 11th grades that have shown outstanding academic achievement in American history. The following students were selected by their designated school for this award and received their recognition at their end of the year award ceremony. Min Phuong LeBlanc from Colonel Fred Cherry, Peyton Smith from Forest Glen Middle, Aiden Mahoney from John F. Kennedy Middle, Alexis Francisco from John Yates Middle, Travis Smith from Kings Fork Middle, Maya Frazier from Kings Fork High School, Aaron Ellis from Lakeland High School, and Reagan Tankard from Nansemond River High School. The National School Public Relations Association, known as NSPRA, recognized school districts nationwide for their outstanding school communication programs. Out of more than 1,800 entries submitted, Suffolk Public Schools received 2 awards in publication and digital media excellence. The Award of Excellence Video in the category Video Produced In-House went to Danny Epperson, our digital media specialist, for his video Inside Turlington Woods. We also received honorable mention in the category of Internet or Intranet for the redesign of our division website, spsk12.net. The video and the website will be honored on the NSPRA website and during the annual meeting in celebration of achievement at NSPRA's National Seminar this year, actually taking place this weekend. And for our STEM extravaganza, students were put in very diverse groups, age by ages, and their Minecraft familiarity by their school, etc. To ensure that they utilize their 5 C skills to work together with a team they were unfamiliar with. The competition was organized similar to a March Madness basketball bracket, where teams competed against each other, making it down to the Final Four, and then the championship. The objective for each match was to design as a group, collaboratively, the project or the object that was given to them to create. This included many entrepreneurship opportunities as students were designing things that met the consumer's wants and needs. After judging, teams either progressed or were moved into a smaller bracket to continue competing while the championship took place. And in our presentation, you can see a few photos shared from the event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Dickens, and congratulations to our Communications and Community Engagement Department for also being recognized by the National School Public Relations Association. That's 2 awards to our department for the Turlington Woods video, as well as all of the hard work that Ms. Dickens's team put in redesigning our website, and along with the award that I received for Superintendent to Watch. This really shows our focus on extending our communication and making sure that we're using multiple platforms to communicate with our entire school community. For calendar of special events, Mr. Riddick, our STEM Century book signing will be at 6 p.m. at the ODU VMAS Center on July 31st. It'll be a small event for the book launch. The book will actually go on sale the next day on August 1st for $9.99. Digital copies will be $2.99. We want to make sure that Suffolk Public Schools in this model becomes the instructional model for not only STEM experience, but also improving science student achievement. National Night Out will be August 1st from 5 to 8. We have several sites, including Kings Fork High School and Lakeland High School. Historically, we've also been to Creekside Elementary School as well. Summer school graduation for our students will be at Kings Fork High School on August 3rd at 6 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, we have approximately 1,400 total students, a little over 1,400 in our 3 programs of elementary, middle, and high. That does not include the students who are participating in our SPS Explorer program, as well as our SPS Bridge program. So the summer series is in full swing. School board retreat, which will be pending board approval. Right now, the circle date is August 10th from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. at John F. Kennedy Middle School. And Mr. Chair, our next school board meeting will be August 10th. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gordon and Ms. Dickens, for that outstanding report. I do want to take this time, as we're talking about communication, to unpack a little more about our communications department. Our communications department is outstanding, and we are truly grateful for the work that Ms. Dickens and her team has put in to make SPS communication channels flow smoothly. And I just want to say thank you. I want to acknowledge that our organization, Suffolk Public Schools, have went above and beyond the requirements of the law to make sure our meetings information is out to parents. It is posted on the doors at each school. It is posted in central office. It's on our Facebook page. All of this information is released as soon as once we're finished this meeting. The information for the next month's meeting usually come out not many days after, satisfying all requirements. And you know, the work you all do does not go unnoticed, and we just want to say thank you, Ms. Dickens and your staff, for a job well done. The next item on our agenda is the approval of our consent agenda. Board, is there a motion to take this collectively? Board Member Brooks Buck.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, I move that we take these items collectively. That we move to approve the consent agenda, first of all.
Yes. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Okay. The motion was made by Board Member Brooks Buck and duly second again by Board Member Byram and Board Member Jenkins. Is there any discussion? Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Motion passed.
Okay. All right. At this time, Dr. Gordon has a presentation.
Yes, thank you, Chair Riddick. At this time, I want to call to the podium our new principal at Creekside Elementary School, Ms. Jill Paraska. Ms. Paraska has a Bachelor of Science in Education from Indiana University of Pennsylvania, a Master of Arts in Educational Administration from Old Dominion University. She has served as a teacher in Suffolk Public Schools at John Yates, been a math specialist at the SAO, and most recently, until a couple of weeks ago, she was the assistant principal under Lori Banks' leadership at Kilby Shores Elementary. Ms. Paraska, here's your time to say hello to the board and to the fans, and if you have any family members that are with you, you can also introduce them as well.
Absolutely. Good evening, Dr. Gordon, Chair Riddick, Vice Chair Howe, and members of the board. I am so excited and honored to be the new principal at Creekside Elementary School. My family's not with me this evening. and probably a good thing because they're teenagers and they probably wouldn't make it. But I would like to note that both of my children are graduates from Nansemond River High School. My daughter was a 2021 graduate, and my son graduated in 2018. So as Dr. Gordon shared, I've had the opportunity to serve Suffolk Public Schools in many different roles. But I would be amiss not to recognize tonight Mrs. Banks, who is with me this evening, and Kilby Shores Elementary staff for helping me to grow and develop my leadership skills as I served as assistant principal there. I would also like to thank Dr. Branch for her leadership and guidance as I was afforded the opportunity to serve as the associate principal for the elementary virtual program during its first initial year. These experiences have helped me to prepare for my new leadership role. Let's talk about Creekside just for a moment. We all know that Mrs. Outland has created an exceptional program at Creekside Elementary School with a strong foundation from her administrative team, her dedicated staff, her involved parents, and that ever-growing community that surrounds them. I am eager to continue all of those successful traditions while exploring new opportunities. Thank you for trusting me. I look forward to working with you, Mrs. Little, Mrs. Speed, and the Creekside team. We will continue to put students first and work together with the community to ensure their growth. So with that said, I would like to invite each of you to come visit our awesome Gators at the Creek this fall. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Nice meeting you. We know that you would do great things. Ms. Banks is an outstanding administrator, so I'm going to just stop right there. I know you're going to do great things. Our next item of business is unfinished business, and these policies, the approval of these policies are all second reading. Is there a motion to take them collectively unless board members would like to pull them out individually?
Move to approve the listed ordinances with the removal of several of them. Would you like me to state them? Board Chair Riddick.
If it's several, we can just take them.
There are 4 that I would like to pull out separately.
Okay. Attorney Waller, is your recommendation that we take them individually? 4 out of 14? Okay, yeah, so that's better. All right, so is there a second to approve? Thank you. So basically, for those who may be puzzled as to what happened, there's a total of 14 policies that are our second reading. Board Member Slinglove moved to approve that we take them collectively minus 4.
Correct.
And it was second by Board Member Brittingham. She's about to tell us which 4 that we're going to take separately.
The 4 that I would like to omit for individual discussion would be Ordinance 2223-100, Ordinance 2223-107, Ordinance 2223-109, and Ordinance 2223-110.
Okay. So basically, lines 4, lines 11, line 13, and line 14. Item numbers 4, 11, 13, 14. Any discussion, board members, on the motion that's on hand? Everybody understand the motion? We're moving to approve the policies listed under unfinished business as a block, excluding item number 4, item number 11, item number 13, and item number 14. We're going to take those separately. But the other 10 remaining items we will approve on as a block. No discussion, Madam Clerk?
Motion passed.
Okay. So we're going to take those now. All right, so the first item is ordinance 22/23-100, item number 4. Board Member Slinglove.
Yes, this is section 8-24.3, and it's the use of supplemental material, responsibility for selection of supplemental material. What my primary question was, because in the initial content of this policy was that the selection would be in accordance with policies and regulations established by the school board. That has now been replaced with an added section point B that says the school board delegates the responsibility for the selection and use of supplemental materials to the individual schools. My question is if this at one point appears, according to this policy, that it had some responsibility for the school board, why are we removing that and delegating that to the schools? I would just like clarification for that, if this is a responsibility for the school, for the school board.
So who's Dr. Gordon?
And I'll also ask for a little assistance from Mr. Waller. If I'm correct, I believe this was a VSBA recommendation that didn't come from us specifically. This was a practice that was asked to be done so that teachers would have more autonomy on carefully reviewing materials prior to instruction. This will also allow teachers to have the proactive ability to send parent consent forms home if there's anything that they may consider to be not on all of the lists, or to give some individuality from your professional learning communities and what they wanted to do. So because the teachers were the actual practitioners that were doing the lesson, this policy was rewritten to allow the teachers to be the ones to use the supplemental materials as long as they had approval from their principal and as long as it also fell within the boundaries, of what we've kind of suggested from the teaching and learning department. And if there's anything I'm forgetting from that, Mr. Waller.
Add, this is a policy that's been recommended by the VSBA, and it is one of these policies where school boards have the option as to whether or not they want to adopt this or not. But Dr. Gordon has given the explanation as to why it's being presented and recommended by VSBA.
Is it on?
Hold on. Is there any additional board members with questions as far as based off the explanations or comments based off the explanations that's been given? And the reason why we're doing that, when you ask the question, parliamentary procedures require that we give everybody an opportunity to weigh in on it.
The only thing that I was going to say is the same thing the superintendent has said. When we discuss it as a policy, it gives the teacher the autonomy to look at the materials, see if they're consistent with the lessons, and choose the books that are consistent with the lesson from the approved list. It also gives them the opportunity to send it home to the parents. So it's consistent with what Dr. Gordon just said.
Okay. Board Member Slinglove?
If I'm understanding this correctly, though, from reading this, prior to this policy change, the school board did not actually approve any of the supplementary material. This is just an edit based upon the VSBA. Would that be correct? I mean, because I don't recall ever having any responsibility brought to us with regards to supplemental material, and I would assume that's day to day.
I think that's probably true. Because if you look at the strike-through language, the strike-through language says nothing at all about school board approval. So I would imagine that it was never coming before the school board even prior to this policy being presented to you. So you're probably bringing your policy in line with what the practice has been.
I do have a question. Prior to us having this meeting tonight, has there been any discussion with staff up until this point? Because a lot of this stuff can be worked out, and I'm not shaming anyone for asking a question, But I just want the citizens to understand, because it's not a aha got you moment or anything of that sort. It's the information has been given to us. This is 2 months that we had this policy before us. And at this time, we should be ready to make decision, not revisiting the policy, not rehashing. This policy, just to provide context, this policy has went through the Policy Review Committee, which consists of 3 board members. So if it made it to us, it was some battle in the Policy Review Committee. It could have been killed, for the lack of better terms, at the Policy Review Committee level. So what I'm going to ask all board members to do is to exercise your right and responsibility as a board member to communicate with our staff beforehand, because 60 days and now we're doing this, that's not fruitful. Is there a motion to approve or deny this policy change? Board Member Brooks Buck?
Move to approve.
Is there a second? The motion has been made and seconded by, the motion has been made by Board Member Brooks Buck and seconded by Board Member Byram. Madam Clerk? Okay. The next item is line item number 11. Board Member Slingluff, your question?
My question is in regards to the monetary amount of costs for any items that are FOIA'd. We have what I think is a great bit of ambiguity with regards to what someone could anticipate. And the reason why I say that is if there's nothing established per page, if there's an existing report, I don't believe that there's anything established that says if there's an existing report and someone wants a hard copy, it's 25 cents per page, or if they want an electronic copy, it's $5 for a jump drive. The reason why I say that is I think prior to someone submitting a FOIA request, they should be able to have some idea what range they might be looking at. Otherwise, I believe that there might be some subjectivity depending upon the report that is requested from the administrative office and whether it's existing or not, and it could make it prohibitive. The price that they're quoted might make it prohibitive from them actually being able to obtain the report.
Board Member Slingluff, the process of going through a FOIA request, the person who's requesting a FOIA inquiry could always have the option of saying, before you fulfill this request, please provide to me a detailed breakdown of FOIA. We just can't take their report, process it, and then hit them with an astronomical fee. We have, any time that there's a fee associated, we have to articulate what those fees are. Attorney Waller, I'm going to...
In fact, there is a recent change to the FOIA statute, and public bodies are required to notify a requester that they have a right to receive an estimate of the cost in advance of the work being done. So whenever a FOIA request comes in now, notification goes to the requester saying you have the option of getting an estimate of the cost prior to the work being done. Then once that estimate is provided, then the person can decide whether or not they still want the documents or not.
Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Brooks Buck.
And I'm responding just because I chair the Policy Review Committee. This particular amendment to the policy had to do with the 5-day rule for responding. It didn't, if we look at the back and look at what's underlined, it looks at the change in the policy, and the change in the policy had to do with the 5-day period and what it includes when the day starts, and then not withholding the public record and just calling the superintendent's designee the FOIA officer, so it didn't include any of that. When we reviewed this policy, it was just the change in in items, in the first item A and item C, and the rest was central office to Suffolk Public Schools and superintendent's designee to FOIA officer. So we didn't change anything in the policy with regard to anything else. The policy change had to do with those two sections.
Board Member Brittingham?
Yes, thank you. So we actually had two policies tonight that had to do with FOIA, and both of them have to do with the fact that we've updated the FOIA law, particularly Section F. And this is where my concern with FOIA comes in, is that we need to do a better job of making sure the constituents know what it is. Particularly with the language here, it says, and shall make all reasonable efforts to supply the requested records at the lowest cost possible. No public body shall impose an extraneous intermediary or surplus fees or expenses to recoup the general costs associated with creating or maintaining records or transacting the general business of the public. So my concern is that we make sure that we are following that.
So my question to you is the point of relevance to the policy of what we're going through right now. Because if it's something that went through the policy review committee and it died in committee, the time that we get here, whether we're voting up or down, it's not the time to try to revive a dead bill that died in policy review committee. This is the time where we simply vote it up, vote it down, or send it back. So this is not the time where board members can try to resuscitate something that you had ample time, 60 days, to handle in the policy committee, and then it may have not passed, and then we get here, and now we're trying to revive something that didn't make it out of committee. That was the point that I believe majority of the board agreed about adding the third person to the policy review committee to try to kill some of these things in committee. Board Member Brooks Buck?
What I was going to say is the one that we're referring to, item 11, is 22/23-107. It doesn't have an F.
That D should be an F.
Okay.
It should be.
But it still doesn't have the language.
It doesn't have that language.
Okay. Well, there's a non-substantive change that needs to take place.
Right.
They're going to handle that aspect. But what this policy is dealing with changing is what's before us, not the full policy itself. Right. And that is the working days, superintendent designee to transition to the FOIA officer. There's nothing in here about cost at all. So if there's something that you as a board member have that you want to work out in detail, the way you do that is to refer it to the policy review committee, and you advocate for it there. You lobby with your other board members, and you communicate before your meeting, talking to them to see where they stand, explaining. It's just communication. When we come here, it's vote up or down on what's in front of us, not what didn't make it to us. So we're only going to address what's on the agenda, and only what's on the agenda is the proposed changes. Are we for the proposed changes or not? Is there a motion to approve or to deny this policy?
I would like a motion to move this policy back to the policy review committee to include more specific details on cost per page so that someone can anticipate the cost. And it would also create an accountability for the school system when someone requests, when someone requests a FOIA document, they would be able to anticipate the cost and not be laid with the flat out amount that they didn't anticipate. I understand that they can choose to deny, to go through with it and pay it, but this does include at the very top of this policy, it states cost determination.
And the cost determination here is very vague.
Because it is vague, depending on who's fulfilling the request. It's a lot of different parameters in it and the amount of time. You can't put, I did take the class, but you can't, you can't, I recommend all board members to go to the Virginia Department, the State Department, and they have a FOIA test and a detailed course that you go through with questions. It's not a participation. It's actually where you measure or not whether you fully understand FOIA. FOIA is being weaponized and misused 24/7, and to be honest, I'm tired of it. What's before us right now are the changes. Is there a second to the motion to send it back to the Policy Review Committee?
I second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Madam, is there any discussion? Madam Clerk, can you please call the vote? And the question is to send it back to the Policy Review Committee?
The discussion is this, for me, Mr. Chair.
Right.
The changes that are recommended here have nothing to do with the cost. Are we for the 2 months we've had the changes in the language?
She called the question. That ends the discussion. We're going to go ahead and voice our concerns through vote. Madam Clerk. Okay, so that kills that point as far as making the amendment. Board members, when items are submitted to us, we address what's on the floor. This is not the time to try to revive dead items that died in policy review. The way to get an item in the Policy Review Committee is you can easily refer it to the Policy Review Committee, but not addressing the situation at hand is moot. So the next item on the agenda, well, we have to do something with this bill because we didn't.
Right.
Is there a motion to approve the changes that is recommended by the Policy Review Committee, or to deny the changes that is recommended by the Policy Review Committee?
Move to approve.
There's a motion that's on the floor. Is there a second to approve?
I second.
The motion has been made and seconded. The motion was made by Board Member Buck, second by Board Member Byron. Is there any discussion? Madam Clerk. The next item that was pulled out is line item 13, Board Member Slinglove. And before we begin, I feel it necessary to reiterate and beat this dead horse again. This is not the place to revive dead bills that didn't make it out of Policy Review Committee. You had 60 days to contact other members on your Policy Review Committee to explain to them how you see it. That's the part about being board members. We're not gonna always see eye to eye, but we have to communicate. And you can't wait until the day of the meeting to try to do all of this stuff. Board Member Slinglove.
Board Chair Riddick, my understanding is that the policy goes through the Policy Review Committee and comes before the board as a first read. And then the next month is the approval of that. It's already in motion to come before the board for approval. It's not in motion to go back to the board. Is that not correct? It's not in motion to go back to the Policy Review Committee.
To answer your question simply, when the items come to the board has 3 actions it can do. Vote it up, vote it down, or send it back. So at that point, the board can either vote it up with a yes vote it down with a no vote, or make a motion to send it back for the revisions that it has been submitted. And that's how we exercise that point.
May I ask one more question?
Yes.
Is it solely for the revisions that have been made and not for any other items within the content of the policy?
It's for what it says it's for. If it's highlighted, if there's an underline, it's new. If it's a line drawn through the word, it has been stricken out. If there's a line drawn through a word and a new word beside it, that means that the verbiage has changed. And what's in writing is exactly what it's there for. What I'm sensing is we have to, I'm going to digress there, but that's what it's there for.
Okay, so the content of this bill, I had a question, not this bill, but this policy, I had a concern with something that is not an edit on this policy. It was something within the content. And so my desire was to send it back to the Policy Review Committee. It's the portion that talks about in Section B about the partisan or doctrinal disapproval of material, which I believe, what it states,
13.
if I may, let me get my, so let me make sure I have the right one here. So it states in here in Section B, and this is my question, it says that materials shall be considered for their educational suitability and shall not be prescribed or removed because of partisan or doctrinal disapproval. I'm okay with the proposed change to the ordinance that's on here. However, I would like to request that the board table the approval of this policy in order to revisit it in its entirety. In paragraph B, I'd like to propose the striking of the words partisan or doctrinal disapproval due to the subjectivity of the application. If something is being taught in the schools that is perceived to be objectionable, it should not be wrongly protected under the idea that it can be tied to a political or religious ideology, but should instead be evaluated for its own merits and whether it serves as necessary educational content.
I have a question. Have you relayed any of these concerns to the Policy Review Committee prior to tonight?
Policy was brought to us last month for first read. I have not communicated it with them because my understanding was my approach was to come to today. Because if I approached them, nothing could be done with what was already set in motion with a first read and then to go to the second read, to go to the approval. So it would have been prior to going to the policy committee, if I'm correct, unless I'm misunderstanding that, Attorney Waller.
No, you're not. As Chair Riddick mentioned a few moments ago, there are three options that the board has when it comes to the second reading in time for adoption. Approve the policy as submitted, deny the policy as submitted coming from policy review, or send it back. So tonight, you could very easily make your motion, I think you've already made it, to refer this back to policy review and have them to look at the entire policy and not just the part that's underlined. So yes, you could do it that way. And then it's a matter of whether or not there would be enough votes to do it.
Thank you.
So basically, the part that I would like board members to register with, either way, board members, you have to talk with each other before you come to the meetings. It's not that you're making a pact to do anything, but it's just for me, I'm just using myself as an example. Before I was board chair and I could make motions and second motions, before I brought something for a vote, I needed to know if it had a basic chance of survival, because it's no need to, unless it's something that my constituents and I are mad passionate about, it's no need to create all of the ambiguity when it can be solved with us just really picking up a phone and say, hey, how do you feel about this? This is what we have to grow towards, and this is one area that we got to continue to work on. Board Member Celine Love has made a motion. Is there a second? The motion has been made by Board Member Slingluff and seconded by Board Member Brittingham. Is there any discussion on their motion to send this back to the Policy Review Committee to be examined in its entirety?
I have a question. Because I'm confused about what you're asking. You're asking that we delete certain language in the policy to say that you want materials to be, in effect, censored.
No, that's not correct.
Well, help me understand what it is you're saying.
I would be happy to. I'll read the statement again. Materials shall be considered for their educational suitability and shall not be prescribed or removed because of partisan or doctrinal disapproval. I would like that statement simply to read, materials shall be considered for their educational suitability and shall not, for their educational suitability, and stopped there, because I believe that with this additional shall not be prescribed or removed because of partisan or doctrinal disapproval, that means if there's content, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Attorney Waller, if there's content in the material that could be identified as being partisan in nature or political in nature, or identified as being religious, that it could be protected under those categories. I think that it should, that the material should be evaluated on its merit and its educational value, and not be protected if it is associated with a political or with a religious ideology.
I think that's what it says in the first part of the sentence on educational suitability.
That's correct, but I think it should stop there.
Okay.
Okay. I just wanted to understand.
Is there any further discussion?
No.
Board members? Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Motion passed.
Okay. All right, the next item is item number 14. Board Member Slingluff.
Thank you. This is regarding ordinance 2223-110, regarding the school board norms and protocols. And I would like to send this policy back to the Policy Review Committee for the following reasons. In Section C, the chair of the board is appointed the spokesperson but does not have any greater power or authority over any other elected board member. To delegate the right to determine what constitutes as a board violation to the chair and board attorney negates the voice of other board members and omits the due process which safeguards from personal subjectivity and opinion. Additionally, I believe this entire policy needs to be revisited. As we saw last month, the ability to implement this policy is based upon a board vote to go into a closed session. Last month, the majority of the board voted against going into the closed session to discuss violations. The problem with this is that the board did not have any official notice regarding the grievances which were filed and to be discussed. This means that last month's 4-3 vote of no was merely a vote against participating in a closed session and denied the board's responsibility of implementing this policy of enforcing norms and protocols. If the board can select which grievances they wish to hear, then this policy is subjective and cannot serve as a due process for navigating violations. One final consideration. When considering the consequences which are to be imposed for board violations, I believe it's unjust to silence a borough's representation by removing them from a standing committee.
I would like to exercise a point of privilege that the record will be reflected correctly. There was a 3 yes vote, a 3 no vote, and I abstained. Now, some would consider that to be a no. I just felt that it wasn't beneficial to student achievement to waste time to talk about those matters that I deem personal and had nothing to do with the business of Suffolk Public Schools. And this was something that I did articulate to both. I am not a power-hungry chair, so I do concur. I don't like item C. I like to bring things to the full vote, but if it was voted today, votes could have been differently. But is there a second on the floor?
Second.
Is there any discussion? There being none, Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry, the second.
Board Member Brittingham.
And that motion was to send it back to committee?
Yes, as far as the revisiting of the entire norms and protocols.
Mr. Ritter, there is discussion.
Yes, ma'am. Board Member Brooks Buck.
When the standards of ethics are violated, and a person from the public can stand and give more detail about what is supposed to be discussed in closed session, there is no right to a closed session.
The question that's been called, Board Member Brooks.
I've ended my comments, so that's fine. I
If
said what I
if I
needed
could
to
just
say.
make one statement about calling for the question in the middle of debate, that's not permissible under the parliamentary procedures. You can't call for a question in order to stop debate.
I have a different understanding of that one, but I will defer to the attorney with that. At this time, Ms. Gardner, could you please call the vote?
Board members, please vote. Motion failed.
All right, so with the policy as it stands now, is there anyone who would like to either vote up or vote down the policy as it currently reads?
I move to approve.
Okay, there's been a motion to vote down that was out first. Is there a second to vote down?
Second.
Okay, the motion to vote down has been made by Board Member Brittingham and second by Board Member Slinglove. Is there any discussion regarding the motion at hand?
I'm sorry.
It's
Everything that you just said.
It's a motion to not approve the policy changes that are being made. So basically, the policy remained as it is previously before the changes. It was moved by Board Member Brittingham and second by Board Member Slinglove. The motion was made by Board Member Brittingham to vote the policy down, meaning the suggested changes. It's the only thing that's coming before the board tonight. She's voting no to the suggested changes, so basically the policy will be left intact as it is without those changes, and it has been seconded by Board Member Slinglove. And is there any discussion?
Yes, sir. One of the things the reason that the policy committee made the recommendation is because anyone can accuse anyone of anything, and we will be back at having discussions about things that have absolutely nothing to do with the operation of schools, student achievement, or employee concerns. So we will be in discussions that amount to conversations that adults ought to be able to have. And I totally and absolutely disagree with the fact that we have no order for this at all, and the change was a simple one, that in conjunction with our attorney, the board chair would meet and determine if the accusation has any validity. Not that they would make a decision, but if the accusation that has been made by one board member against another had any validity. If it did not have any validity, going into a closed session can cause us to have some other problems that we don't necessarily need to have. But that was the point of it, and I just wanted to make that clear. That's the only comment I wanted to make before we voted.
Board Chair Riddick, I would just like to say that I believe it gives power, and no offense to you as the board chair, but I believe it gives subjective power to you and the attorney to make a decision that should belong to the entire board. If we want to implement these protocols standards and hold the board to them, then it is something that belongs in the decision-making power of the entire board. Secondly, I believe that if this were to come as a closed session, if the information was released to all of the board members confidentially for them to look at before voting to go into closed session, then the power would belong to the board to determine at that point whether it was to go into closed session or not. But by not giving them the material and having them vote to go into closed session without officially being given the material, it doesn't give them that power.
I got to say something here. James, you might want to record me because I want to be quoted accurately on this, Mr. Robinson. Sending out this information to board members and expect it to remain confidential, it's not going to happen. And that has been proven with the same situations that people are referencing today. If people would, no, it will not happen. Also, when we make policies, I ask each board member to not look at the person that's occupying the seat. The people change year after year, election after election. The position remains the same. So it's not giving me power, because I don't want it. But it is given the position of chair. This year's, it may be me. Today it may be me. We don't know what tomorrow may hold. So these are things you have to keep in mind when you're making these decisions. But I will say this. The items that is being used as case in point as to why this policy needs to be changed or not, it's not a strong item to really use because it had nothing to do with student achievement. It was adults with hurt feelings. So what's at hand now is, are we voting down the policy? We're not going to rehash a closed session that did not take place. Are we going to approve the policy changes or not? The motion has been made in second that we vote down the policy change for this policy and we leave the policy as it is written. Madam Clerk, please call the question. At this time, the question on the floor is, do we approve this policy with the suggested changes, or do we send it back? The motion has been made to move to approve the policies with the changes by Board Member Brooks Buck and second by Board Member Byram. Is there any discussion? Yes, go ahead, Board Member Brittingham.
So I was in the policy review committee for this policy, and I objected to it coming to the board the way it was. My understanding was that the next step in that was to bring it up here to the board to have this discussion before the board.
You are correct, and that's the discussion that is commencing now.
Okay.
And because your version of the policy died in the policy review committee, that version is not for discussion. What is for discussion is the accepting, the denial, or the sending back of what did make it to the board. Madam Clerk, it's a motion on the floor to approve the policy with the changes. Board members, if you're in favor of it, vote yes. Board members, if you are not for the changes, vote no. So when it's failing both ways, Attorney Waller, can we just refer this back to the policy review committee?
Well, you just had a vote to say you weren't going to give the approval of it. You had a vote to say that you weren't going to deny it.
So it just stays what it is.
Just stays the way it is. I mean,
That's perfect.
there is no action.
That's perfect. I believe that concludes the unfinished business. So basically, for the citizens at home who may be puzzled by the ambiguity that is taking place in this play on stage, without the policy changing, when a complaint comes to the board chair does not have the authority to dismiss the complaint. The complaint will be heard in closed session if it's against another board member for violation of norms and protocols, as it should be. No one person should have that authority. But it's up to the board to decide as to whether they want to hear the issues or not, as it should be. But what I am not for is, and this is why I voted no both ways, so my constituents will know where I stand. I am not for sending information out to be used as a weapon to tarnish the great work that is going on in Suffolk Public Schools, as it has been done in times past, and as it has been done as recently as last month involving this same issue. It's different people, but some of the tactics are still remaining the same, and I'm tired of it. We have to move forward. This meeting should have been a very simple meeting, but we are trying to resurrect Lazarus, and it's dead and gone. The next item on the agenda is new business, and we have item number 1, the adjustment to the school board meeting date from September 14th to be moved to September 21st. And while you all are contemplating that, it's to allow our day-to-day staff opportunity and time to actually evaluate and see what's going on within the first couple of weeks of school, instead of trying to do all of that plus preparing for a board meeting. It's just moving it back 1 week to give them that grace so they don't get overwhelmed with the 14,000 plus students, 2,000 X amount staff on top of our board meeting. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
The motion has been made by Vice Chair Howell and second by Board Member Brittingham. Is there any discussion? There being none, Madam Clerk.
Motion passed.
The next item of the agenda, Madam Clerk, is Resolution 23. The school board retreat. I got to fix my Chromebook. The school board retreat is scheduled to be the same day as our meeting at John F. Kennedy. It will just be during the day, and that's where the board will receive information. We will work together as a unit to address some concerns or workshop topics that we have, and the public will be welcome to come and observe. And that date is
August
10th. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
I'm sorry, that also would include, if you look at the motion that's in the system, it also includes to have the board meeting during that time as well.
Who recommended that the meeting during the day for that school retreat? Because that's not what I...
That was discussed during the agenda. Well, okay, we can strike that. I mean, that was discussed during the agenda meeting.
No, that's not what I agreed to as far as that agenda meeting. As far as having it during that time frame, no, because that's not feasible for majority of the citizens to meet that early.
Okay.
So the retreat, as I recall, what my wishes were, during the day, we have a board retreat, and then we have the school board meeting at the normal time.
Okay, we'll remove
Now,
that.
I may have,
We'll remove
missed
that
something
from the
or something.
recommendation.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So
Do we
before,
need to make a motion to amend that?
is there a motion to amend the retreat during the day and the school board meeting at its normal time?
So moved.
Okay, the motion has been amended by the original maker of the motion. The person who seconded the motion, do you consent with that as well?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Board Member Brooks Buck?
Is there anything happening on July 27th?
Yes, we haven't got to that one yet.
But you don't need a motion for that. It's not a meeting.
That's what
a
you're
different
referencing
item.
as a board training.
Okay.
Board Member Brooks Buck asked the question.
I just asked. I didn't know.
Okay, no, I just wanted to make sure, I don't want anyone to say we're doing business in the public. It's not in the know. Board Member Brooks Buck referenced a board training that is going to take place on July the 27th. That's not the same thing as a meeting. This training is for board members exclusively, and it's not, Attorney, while I'm not going to play lawyer, I'm going to allow you to explain the difference for me.
A meeting is one in which the members of the public body gather to transact public business. What they're going to be doing on the 27th is some team building among themselves to talk about relationship issues, how better to get along as board members. They will not be transacting any public business. And so therefore, what will take place on the 27th is not a public meeting, which means the public does not have a right to be in attendance, nor is there any right to give notice to the public of their gathering.
So we just wanted, as we told you earlier, this board has been extremely transparent going forward with our operations. So what's on the agenda now for approval is that on August the 10th, there would be a board retreat, which is open to the public at John F. Kennedy Middle School. And Madam Clerk, I'm going to ask you to recall the time for the retreat, and the board member meeting will be at its normal time. So the retreat will be from 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time at John Fitzgerald Kennedy Middle School, located on East Washington Street. The motion has been made by Board Member Board Member Brittingham, and seconded by Board Member Slingluff. There is no additional discussion. Madam Clerk. Thank you so much. At this time, we have a resolution. Madam Clerk. No, that's Attorney Walters. All right, we're gonna, it's a resolution of the school board for the city of Suffolk, Virginia, placing a nomination, the name of Mr. James Robinson, news reporter of the Suffolk News Herald, and Katie Collette, news anchor of Wavy News 10, for a statewide VSBA media honor roll. Is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Okay. Okay, it's been doubly moved to approve by Board Member Brooks Buck and Board Member Jenkins, and properly seconded by Board Member Byram. Any discussion? Yes. Okay.
I want to say, while I'm very grateful for James Robinson, he does a fantastic job keeping things unbiased and reporting the news, and I'm very grateful for that. Thank you. And I don't know Katie Collette or her reporting very much. I do have concerns with putting forth any media representative for any award, because I believe that it subjects the relationship to a tit for tat, or I'll scratch your back if you scratch mine relationship, which may threaten the ability to be unbiased and result in a conflict of interest.
No. Is there any board member with additional discussion?
I want to say,
Board Member Brooks Buck.
I would only say that this is something that is done every year. It's not, we don't, it's the VSBA honors, has an honor roll of people who report the news. It's not something special that we're just doing and just for the public's benefit. It's not something that we're just doing for a particular person. It's something that you can do to nominate people, and we've done it before in the past with other reporters from the local papers and TV stations. So this is nothing new for a particular reporter in this instance. That's all I wanted to say, sir.
I also would like to address last year we nominated some people who, in my opinion, I don't think we should have nominated them, but they were nominated. These people published articles that was untrue and everything, and they were nominated for the article, and there is no bias in that regard. But when we This is something that VSBA sends to everyone. And Mr. Robinson has been very impartial in his coverings of the Suffolk News Herald. I think he has really went above and beyond. He's the best reporter I have encountered in a long time. If I'm wrong, he's gonna tell me I'm wrong. I'm gonna read about it and get the screenshots about it. But when we make statements like that, we have to be mindful that we're really questioning the integrity of the board when we say, someone scratch your back and you scratch that back. Optics and perception is reality. And we have to be careful, especially we're doing business with each other for the durations of our term, whether we like each other or not. Is there any additional discussion? There being none, Madam Clerk, was it motioned or was it just a discussion?
It was motion.
Okay. Can you recall the motion? And then we're going to vote.
Nominate Mr. Robinson and Katie Collette, news anchor for the VSBA News Media Award.
Okay. All right, so let's move to approve. Please vote. Madam Clerk, that's your roll, sorry.
Board members, please vote. Motion passed.
Madam Clerk, let me get to the next item. The next item on the agenda is informational. Okay, my computer is glitching. I apologize. Okay, there's a resolution for the Columbia Gas Company. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
The motion was duly made by Vice Chair Howell and board members Brittingham, and seconded by Board Member Brooks Buck. Is there any discussion? Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Motion passed.
All right. The next one is Resolution 23/24. The resolution of the school board appointing the Human Resource Director of Portsmouth Public Schools to serve as the impartial hearing officer pursuant to Virginia Code Section 22.1-311. Is there a motion to approve? Motion to approve. Is there a second? Second. The motion was made by board members Byram and second by board members Brooks Buck. Any discussion? Board member Slingloff?
Promise this is the last thing I'm going to say tonight. Again, I believe that this could pose as a conflict of interest, considering the fact that teachers hop from school district to school district. In the last month alone, we were presented with at least 2 new employees from Portsmouth Public Schools, one at the SAO and one as administrator at Kings Fork Middle School. It's clear that a relationship with the HR department of Portsmouth Public Schools already exists between many of our teachers and administrators. This may impede the HR representative from serving as an unbiased representative in the grievance process. Additionally, if we were to exchange our services with Portsmouth Public Schools by offering the same service to them, both impartial third-party representatives may place the school division's interest above the individual employee's interest, again, serving as a conflict. I recommend that we select a truly objective third party to serve in this capacity.
Is there any additional questions, discussions?
Yes.
Board member, wrong person, Brittingham?
Yes. I agree with Board Member Slingloff that I would like to see a third party appointed to this. The conflict of interest here is overwhelming, so.
Okay. Any additional discussion? As of right now, the motion on the floor is to approve. Okay. For those who are in favor of it, approving, you would vote yes. For those who are not, you would vote no. Madam Clerk?
Motion passed.
The rest of the items under new business is informational. I do ask that board members do visit those information. Please use this time between now and our next meeting to ask questions of staff and dialogue with your fellow colleagues. At this time, our next item on the agenda is public speakers on non-agenda topics. Madam Clerk.
It is the intent of the school board to ensure that the affairs of the board be conducted in an open and orderly manner, that all persons desiring to address the board are afforded an opportunity to do so in the order in which they signed up to speak, that persons in attendance may observe and hear the proceedings of the board without distraction, and that the members of the board and board employees are able to transact the business of the board with minimal disruption. Any persons addressing the board shall, 1, confine their comments to matters germane to the business of the school board of the city of Suffolk. 2, refrain from words or statements which, from their usual construction and common acceptance, are construed as insults intend to incite violence or breach of the peace. 3, refrain from obscenity, vulgarity, or other breach of respect. 4, comply with the time limit for public comment as set by the board, which can be up to 5 minutes, unless the board, through the exercise of its discretion, decides to allow less than 5 minutes for public comment. 5, refrain from cumulative or repetitive remarks. And 6, refrain from making any comment regarding any pending student discipline or employee grievance matters. The appropriate forum for such matters is the applicable administrative hearing provided by state law or, where appropriate, court proceeding. Expressive activities including, but not limited to, petitioning, picketing, displaying signs or posters, solicitation, demonstrating, pamphlet distribution, and collecting polls shall not be permitted in the meeting area where the school board is meeting, the waiting areas and corridors adjacent thereto. Persons addressing the board may deliver to the board or its clerk written materials including reports, statements, exhibits, letters, or signed petitions, and may also make use of any chart or graph during the verbal presentation. The school board welcomes comments from the public as appropriate. Board members will listen to public comment but will not comment, deliberate, or take action on them. The school board chair may direct the superintendent to investigate items and report back to the school board at a subsequent meeting. The chair or other presiding officer shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order subject to appeal to the board. At the request of the chair, city police officer shall act as sergeant-at-arms at tonight's board meeting. That officer shall, under the direction of the chair or other presiding officer, have charge of the meeting area, the waiting areas and corridors adjacent thereto, and shall prevent disorder or interruption of the business of the board. Please state your name and address before speaking.
You can call our first speaker.
McKinney is our first speaker.
Janet McKinney, 2804 Lake Coon Point, Suffolk. Y'all probably know that by now. In the Federalist Papers, Federalist number 39, James Madison wrote, "If we resort for a criterion to the different principles on which different forms of government are established, we may define a republic to be, or at least may bestow that name on, a government which derives all its powers directly or indirectly from the great body of the people and is administered by persons holding their offices during pleasure for a limited period or during good behavior." I'm giving you a set of documents. It's the organizational chart for the city of Suffolk. The organizational chart for Suffolk Public Schools is presented in the budget. I've made an addition on the one for the Suffolk Public Schools where the citizens are above the school board, who's then above the superintendent. I also suggest that the attorney be moved up equal with the school board as he represents the school board and doesn't answer to the superintendent. The last 2 pages is just a curiosity that I found when I was pulling this information out. On the district's website, all the school members, save the chair and the vice chair, are listed alphabetically by their last name. In the budget, they're listed haphazardly. They're not alphabetical by name, they're not alphabetical by borough, and they're not listed in seniority by the year that they were elected. So it's it's just a curiosity why they're haphazardly listed in that way. It just makes one wonder. But let's discuss forensic audits. While it is true that a forensic audit can be conducted in anticipation of litigation, a forensic audit is not conducted exclusively for litigation. There may be other reasons why you have a forensic audit. A forensic audit is a structured examination of financial records. Maybe there's a conflict of interest, a suspected conflict of interest. Maybe there's a suspected misappropriation of funds or assets. Those are some of the reasons why someone might request or conduct a forensic audit. It's not exclusive to litigation. The line item budget that is on the website, along with the budget proposal, leaves a lot of questions. There's very little detail. There is a random account number, it appears. There's no explanation for the account number, how they're derived. Citizens, a lot of citizens, contrary to what may be popular opinion, do still have questions regarding the budget and the line items and why it seems to be so vague, and why when questions are asked, there's a lot of pushback. Well, why do you want to know that? We've given you this. No, not really. There's a lot of vagueness that's being delivered to the citizens in the budget. When you get right down to it, it's our money. And if we have questions about it, we should get those answers. And if the only way we can get those answers is a forensic audit, then we should have a forensic audit. A couple of examples. In December, in addition to the line item budget, every month, like we had tonight, there's a submission for a request for payments and payroll, bills and payroll. Last December, of that, which was submitted, 11 pages were credit card transactions. In February, 18 pages were credit card transactions. General public wants to know, what's the vetting process for determining that those transactions made on those credit cards are actually necessary, are actually charges which were incurred while conducting the business of the school or the school board. And I found a little gem in February. $125 was paid to have a title search done of the property on which John F. Kennedy Middle School sits. So is there a question as to the ownership of the property? Does the district not own the property? What was necessary? Why was a title search on that property necessary? There's no explanation. It is a fact that the citizens continue to have questions about how Suffolk Public Schools spends the money it receives. A forensic audit would shed light on the questions that the citizens have about how the district is spending our money.
Thank you for your time. At this time, the next item on our agenda is comments by board members. Madam Clerk, I do ask that you set the timer to 3 minutes. Board members, we still have another second closed session that we have to go into to finish some other business from early on. So I do ask that you please be respectful of the 3-minute time limit. At this time, we're going to begin with Board Member Slinglove.
I'm going to take very little time. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. It is summertime. It's July. I'm grateful to see you here, and I appreciate you all enduring my questions and conversation and discussion on the board this evening, and I'd like to thank the board members as well for allowing me the opportunity to discuss the items at hand, and I am going to sign off at that because everyone's heard my voice too much tonight.
Board Member Byram.
Couple of comments, short. I just want to say a few things about graduation, positive things. Graduation was spectacular. Everyone that was there had very positive comments. You have read, I'm sure, through Suffolk News Herald and other media sources that we had $34.5 million in scholarships. We had almost 1,000 students to graduate. We had, from our 3 high schools, we had 466, I believe, honor graduates. I think that was a record number for many things. Dr. Gordon is to be commended and his staff for executing a wonderful, safe graduation. We appreciate all your efforts. And also, Dr. Gordon initiated his early contracts with those that hope to be teachers one day, which I applaud. I think that's a move in the right direction for our school system. We grow our own, and we need to support our own. And I wanted to add one final comment. I wanted to thank Vice Mayor Lou Ward, Councilman Leroy Bennett, and Councilman Leotis Williams for their participation and for attending the graduations. I think the time was well spent with them. We had time to network and discuss some of our needs and to address some of their concerns. And thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Barham. Our next board member comments will be by Board Members Jenkins.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to ditto everything that Ms. Barham said. So I'm not going to repeat it, except for thank you for Dr. Gordon and the staff for always doing an amazing job. And I just want all of you all to continue to have a safe and pleasant summer.
Thank you, Board Member Jenkins. Our next board member is Board Member Brooks Buck.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say congratulations to all the award-winning students. I want to say ditto to what Ms. Jenkins and Ms. Barham said. I want to also say, in addition to the scholarship money, I was so proud of our students who graduated with dual diplomas. Those, I was completely flabbergasted when I saw and heard them recognized with the awards. In addition to their diplomas, they graduated with honors from college, summa cum laude, and magna cum laude. That's something to graduate with honors from high school and from college at the same time. That I thought was impressive for our students. I want to congratulate our students who are going to serve us in the military. I'm extremely proud of them. Only 1% of people do it, and they were impressive. We indeed also were impressed by our students who graduated with licensures and certificates who are going straight from work to school. Those persons impressed us because they have the ability to move and support us. So I was just very pleased, and I want to thank the staff for the work that you've done to get us where we are. I'm excited about the schools and the things that we're building, and I know that this is the end of the year, and everybody's probably ready to go home now, and we've got some more time to go, but just thank you for all that you do every day, from the police officers who protect us and the people who are here, the staff members who work with us, and all that we're doing. I would say one last thing. The council promised us that if we promised them that we would pay them back, they would give us some money for safety. If you truly are, and Mr. Robinson, if you truly are concerned about safety in Suffolk Public Schools, we know that we need some more staff. The state did not give us the money. We need the money from the council, and we're waiting to hear from our council members. Thank you to all of you for what you do every day.
Thank you, Board Member Brooks Buck. Board Member Brittingham.
Thank you. Graduation was amazing. To be able to be there and watch all 3 of our high school students, student schools graduate was fantastic. I'm particularly proud of Lakeland as they led the way in the scholarship money. So congratulations to Lori White for a fantastic year and for all the students that graduated with honors. I would like to make a motion at this point for us to. well, then I would like to make a suggestion that the board at some point visit or revisit all of the evaluation tools that we are instructed to utilize during evaluation time. Some of these tools have not been updated since 2016, 17, 18. So I would like in the future to see us update those and bring those up to date, particularly since some of those tools have more in them than we're using. And that is all that I have for tonight. Thank you.
Vice Chair Howe.
Good evening. First, I want to thank the staff for hanging in there with us. For some of us strolled in at 4, some of us at 5. These folks have been on their feet since 7:30, if not earlier. And it's not once a month. It's daily. So I have your back. I thank you. And I see you. Gosh, I'm going to keep it short because I was told to, and it's late. It's evident there's a communication and trust issue. Hopefully the retreat and then the training will positively impact that. Until then, open dialogue is what's going to be necessary to build that. That's just my perspective. A first read, as we saw tonight, we're encouraged to read it. And we do ask questions of each other in the in-between. But I also know from the public that reaches out to me, they want to see more than a vote. So while it is late and we are tired, part of our job is to suck it up and have these conversations for your purview. Should we be fully prepared? Absolutely. We should have questions that are specific to the topic at hand. But dialogue is necessary until and if we're ever in sync professionally. And that is my goal. And some days I feel like Gumby, and some days I feel like Flat Stanley. And I pray that this evening is a baby step forward once the second closed session ends, that there is some light forward. Because this work is necessary and it is important, and our kids deserve nothing less than our very best efforts when we're fully energized and alert and when we're exhausted and at our wits' end. So I just thank my fellow board members for bearing with me in my many questions, some of them seemingly, I don't want to say stupid, because a teacher, that's not supposedly no such thing as a stupid question, but we all know there are questions that we wonder where that came from. And I also want to encourage my board members to talk to each other like Jesus was in the room. Have a good evening.
I'm going to make my comments brief. Board members, I'm a fan of an old cliche, you reap what you sow. If you're sowing discord and wonder why no one is working with you, you're reaping what you're sowing. At the end of the day, the 1,000 plus citizens, I can't remember the exact number, who elected me to serve, didn't elect me to come up here and make friends and invite people to my cookout. They elected me to represent them and be their voice without them being in the room. And the citizens trust me to be their voice and to come back and educate them. And they trust me to make sure that I am well versed on every issue before I cast my vote. The meeting time is not the time for it to be your first inaugural lesson on material. We have to be examples to the 14,000 students who are looking at us as adult learners, because none of us have it all mastered. We have to model the way and inspire a shared vision. So with that being said, I'm going to digress and just say, Dr. Gordon and staff, you all are doing an outstanding job. I would be remiss if I didn't point this out. July 2022, there was 75 resignations, 58 instructional, 17 non-instructional. Of the 75, 6 of them were retirees, so it was a total of 69 people last year who said, I'm done, I'm leaving Suffolk Public Schools for various reasons. July 2023, 57 resignations, 45 instructional, 12 non-instructional. Of the 57, 3 were retirees. So we dropped from 69 to 54. We're retaining our staff. We are the blueprint for the state, not just only in COVID. We're not following anyone else's trend. We set the trend. We are in compliance with FOIA, because if not, we would have been in court by now and no one would be threatening us. We are doing the best we can with the resources we have. And I'm telling you, and I know my time is up and I'm about to move forward to the next item on the agenda. It is imperative that when we come to these meetings, we be mindful that every word we say has an impact. And a wise young lady told me this: despite our best intentions, we are 100% responsible for the impact. Of the 7 board members that sits on this diocese, and this is no shade to anyone, I believe I'm the only board member who has a child in the division. I am not going to stand by and let people play with my child or any other child's education. We're moving on policy and procedure. The foolishness stops today. At this time, I believe the next item on the agenda, it's a motion to go into second closed session. Attorney Waller.
Motion is needed to go into a second closed meeting to discuss the following items and subjects pursuant to Section 2.2-3711 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended. The discussion and/or consideration regarding the performance evaluation of the school superintendent and any revisions to terms of his employment. Number 2, the discussion and/or consideration regarding the performance evaluation of the attorney for the school board and any revisions to terms of his employment. And number 3, the discussion and/or consideration regarding the performance evaluation of the clerk of the school board and any revisions to the terms of her employment, which is authorized by Section 2.2-3711A1 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended.
The motion has been made and seconded by Board Member Brooks Buck, second by Board Member Barham. Any discussion? Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Motion passed.
Thank you so much. Board members, please leave all electronic devices. You know what we're supposed to do. All right, the meeting will be called back to order. At this time, we will have a certification of closed meeting. Attorney Waller.
Resolution of certification of the second closed meeting of July 13th, 2023 pursuant to Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
The motion has been made by Vice Chair Howell and seconded by Board Members Brooks Buck. Is there any discussion? Okay, there being none, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Motion passed.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is a resolution approving the terms and conditions of the addendum to the contract of employment between the Suffolk City School Board and Dr. John B. Gordon III. Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made by Board Member Brooks Buck and seconded by Board Member Byram. Any discussion? Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Motion passed.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is a resolution approving the terms and conditions of an addendum to a contract of employment between the Suffolk City School Board and Wendell M. Waller. Is there a motion? Is there a motion?
Second.
Okay. The motion was made by Board Member Jenkins and second by Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck. Any discussion? Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Motion passed.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is a resolution approving a step increase in salary for the school board clerk. Is there a motion? Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made by Board Member Dr. Brittingham and second by Dr. Brooks Buck. Any discussion? Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Motion passed.
Okay, thank you so much. The rest of the items on the agenda are informational. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second? The motion has been made by Vice Chair Howell and seconded by Board Member Brittingham. Is there any discussion on the motion? Any discussion on the motion? Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Motion passed.
Tonight's meeting is adjourned.
Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord.